They have the advantage of defense. The individual combat power of the harpies and cavemen is also stronger than our swordsmen and spearmen. Of course, they may not be as strong as your army, but according to my observation, you didn't bring many guards with you, right? Cooper asked carefully. In Aween, especially in the south, the noble spearmen were at most equivalent to the first tier of soldiers, and their average standard was even lower than the infantry swordsmen and spearmen of the local legions. But in Kurlutz, the nobles' private soldiers were slightly stronger, and could be compared to the swordsmen of the first and second tier legions in Aween. They belonged to the second tier of soldiers like the subterranean dwellers, but there were differences in strength between the same tier of soldiers. The subterranean dwellers belonged to the upper middle tier of the second tier of soldiers, while the Kurlutz noble spearmen and swordsmen could at most be considered as a second tier of soldiers. The human army was slightly better in terms of discipline, but in terms of individual combat power, the difference was too great. The advantage of discipline was often obvious in large legions, but in small-scale battles and ambushes, individual strength could determine the outcome of a battle. Not to mention, there were harpies and razor boars in Jorgandi Ridge, which were true rank 3 creatures. If there were 1 or 2 nest lords or minotaurs in the town, it would be a disaster for the nobles' army. The Shadow cavemen were not considered strong in the underground of Jorgandi Ridge, but at the same scale, they were comparable to the local army of crews. Like the lords that Brando was familiar with in history, such as Trock, King of the Blind, Shadek, or Beast Tamer, Silica, their armies could fight against the border army of the Kingdom of God. As for existences like Geralt and Medusa, if they went all out, even the frontline army of the Kingdom of God might not be able to deal with them alone. Knight, what do you think we should do? Brando asked. I think we should think of a way to go around them. We have fewer people, and they might not be able to find us if we walk through the hills. Cooper thought for a moment and answered hesitantly, as if even he felt that his suggestion was not that reliable. Brando smiled and shook his head. It was impossible for 1,000 or 2,000 people to march through the hills without being discovered. Not to mention 1,000 or 2,000 people, even if 100 or 200 people were to move, no matter how dense the trees were, they would not be able to hide. Unless everyone was in groups of a few and scattered into the hills, but that would require a lot of space and time. They did not have the time to do that now. If we don't get rid of the garrison of Greystone Town, we won't be able to leave this place safely. Cooper sighed and felt a little hopeless. Do we have to fight? Is there no other way? Brando saw that he was scared out of his wits by the people of Jorgandi Ridge, so he could only comfort him. Knight Cooper, Greystone Town is not as hard to conquer as you think. Cooper only took it as consolation and nodded, glancing listlessly in the direction of the valley. Haruz walked through the dark forest, as if attracted by the light outside. He held on to the pine trees with his hands and struggled to walk out. Finally, he saw Lysimeka at the edge of the forest. Medusa stood on the edge of the bushes, staring at the white rocks exposed under the moonlight. But the little prince saw that at the same level as the rocks were the shadows entrenched in the valley. That place was called Greystone Town, or so his teacher had told him. Geographically, it was the exit of the valley, but he knew that the town was occupied by some special enemies at the moment. Are those your compatriots, Sister Lysimeka? He walked up behind Medusa and asked in a low voice. Compatriots? Not really, Lysimeka replied, having heard the little prince's voice. Haruz looked at her, puzzled. Lysimeka looked back at the little prince with a hint of gentleness in her amber eyes. Little cutie, in the human language, Jorgandi Ridge is actually just a geographical term, not a country or territory. The real Jorgandi Ridge is actually divided into 3 layers, upper, middle, and lower. Each layer is different. The rulers of the shallowest layer are the dwarves, the middle layer is the Jorgandi Ridge you are familiar with, the bottom layer is the kingdom of the dark elves, and further down is the river flowing with magma and sulfur. In the dark underground world, there are thousands of different ethnic groups. They have never had any concept of a country. Even the most powerful lords often only rule a city and a territory. The smaller tribes are dependent on the lord. Since the beginning of history, everyone has been fighting for themselves and hostile to each other. She sighed as she spoke, and Haruz vaguely felt that he should not have mentioned these things, so he stopped asking. After sending Cooper away, Brando returned to Maynard's side and looked at the scene at the edge of the woodland from a distance. "What about that Medusa?" he asked, looking back. "Her Royal Highness promised to shelter her." "His Royal Highness seems to like her very much," Maynard replied, but she did not look over there, as if she did not care about it at all. "No problem. It's not a big problem. Don't forget that she came with the demon." Brando nodded. In the middle and lower levels of Georgandy Ridge, the natives were feuding with the demon, but there were also a small number of people who had to serve the demon. They were the demon's slaves. With this background, and the fact that she had personally sent the little prince back, it was not without reason that Griffin trusted her so much. There was a moment of silence between the two, looking silently in the direction of the valley. The wind blowing from the hills rubbed the entire pine forest over their heads and rustled. "It's getting dark earlier and earlier," Maynard suddenly said. "Because it's almost late winter." Maynard glanced at him. The meteor fell near the North Mountain sentry post. There are many witnesses, and most people's testimonies can prove this, but most of them don't believe it's true. They generally think it's a trick of Georgandy Ridge. The cavemen are looking for it. Brando nodded. Although most people thought that they were going for Earl Alcorn, he already had the answer in his heart. Maynard looked at him quietly with eyes as quiet as an orchid. "Could it be that thing? We'll know soon enough." "So confident? That night doubted that you could take this place." Maynard thought of Cooper's face and could not help but curl her lips. Unfortunately, Brando did not notice. He smiled after hearing it. "Don't you know what's going on? Although there are many famous generals in this era, we also have our own means." "You want to say, players?" Brando did not want to answer this question rashly. He had been thinking about all this for the past few days. Was history tending to happen or changing? If it was the latter, what was the opportunity? The night was getting darker and darker. It was obviously unrealistic to approach Greystone Town under the watchful eyes of the Harpies before the sky turned completely dark. The eyesight of these monsters was comparable to their distant relatives on the surface. In fact, not to mention the valley, as long as one walked out of the dense canopy, there was a possibility that they would be targeted by them. As a reconnaissance unit among the flying units, the Harpies were also ranked among the top in Wound. In terms of reconnaissance ability, even the gargoyles of Buga were slightly inferior to them. However, they were very fragile. They were used to jumping between underground rock formations, and their short wings were very weak in the air. This made them very weak in the air, which made them very weak in the air. However, it was also wishful thinking to get close to Greystone Town after nightfall. Harpies were creatures of the dark. In fact, their eyesight at night was better than during the day. This was because they had slight light blindness, which made it difficult for them to adapt to the daylight of the surface world. According to the Shire, the only way to quietly get close to Greystone Town was for everyone to learn invisibility, if they could find so many wizards to cast spells for more than 1,000 people hidden in the forest. It seemed that the only way was to attack. However, the players were especially good at this kind of small-scale unconventional battle, so Brando and Maynard's choice was usually not that troublesome. When the hour hand on Sir Cooper's silver pocket watch passed the 12 mark, it seemed that there was a breeze in the forest. A small group of gargoyles was taking off from the forest at the top of the mountain. However, looking from above the forest, only the dark canopy could be seen shaking slightly, and the branches seemed to be slightly lowered by the descending airflow. A total of 7 or 8 invisible airwaves swept across the canopy and then disappeared. Under the canopy, the wizards in robes were watching the gargoyles that were enchanted with invisibility take off. Beside them, there was a second group of gargoyles waiting to take off. These gargoyles were like statues in the forest when they were not activated, and their folded wings were almost taller than the treetops. These were the backups of the first group of gargoyles. If possible, everyone present sincerely hoped that they could succeed in one go and not use these backups. Under the cover of the night, it seemed that Martha was on their side, and the plan went far more smoothly than expected. 8 invisible gargoyles rose into the night sky and began to climb. They quickly flew into the clouds and arrived above the harpies in the sky above Greystone Town. The moonlight poured over the clouds, and looking down through the veil-like gaps of the clouds, one could clearly see 4 black dots that were flying in circles. The harpies did not have the slightest premonition of the approaching danger. They were circling in the air in pairs, using their sharp eyes to observe the vast land. In their vision, the mountains and hills gathered under the starlight and moonlight were like miniature sandboxes. The hills were shrouded in a silver mist, and it seemed quiet. At this moment, the 8 gargoyles had already locked on to their targets. After they climbed to the highest point, they began to make the final turn and then swoop down. Gargoyles, like the griffins, were heavy flying units, and their wingspans were far wider and stronger than the griffins. This meant that they had the strongest climbing and diving ability among creatures of the same level. In the game, the gargoyles were the Tier 3 troop class closest to the Tier 4 troop class, the griffins were the Tier 4 troop class, and the harpies were the Tier 4 troop class closest to the Tier 3 troop class. The balance of the 3 flying creatures was almost the same, but in terms of scouting ability, the gargoyles were no match for the harpies, and in terms of fighting, the gargoyles were no match for the ferocious griffins. However, in terms of climbing and diving speed, the Buga gargoyles deserved to be called number 1. Needless to say, the gargoyles that swooped down from the clouds were still invisible, and the 4 harpies did not know that disaster was coming from the sky. They only reacted in a panic when the sharp whistling sound reached their ears. But it was a pity. It was too late. The precision of the construct allowed the 8 gargoyles to enter the attack range at the same time, and when they showed their intention to attack, the harpies did not have any reaction at all. They struggled futilely in midair, and then the cold claws pierced through their fragile sternum. The 8 gargoyles were almost arranged in a sequence of attack, one in front and one behind, to prevent any fish from escaping, but it turned out that this was just an unnecessary move. The gargoyles swept past, and a rain of feathers fell in midair. It was a pity that they were too high above the ground, and the feathers fluttered in the air. By the time they landed, they had already drifted to God knows where. In the dark night, no one noticed that the battle in the sky had ended before it even began. The people waiting anxiously on the ground received the message from the gargoyles at the same time. Rogers could not help but excitedly high-five his companions, and the wizards in the forest also high-fived one after another to congratulate him. But at the same time, on the other side of the hill, groups of elves wearing feathered cloaks, wearing clothes that were different from humans, and holding long staffs walked out of the forest. Their faces were painted with various patterns, and they looked like barbarians in the mountains, but their pointed ears exposed their identity, tree elven druids. A small group of tree elves had already joined Brando's Mage Legion during the Autumn Twilight War in Erewhon. After the war, more and more tree elves came out of the Black Forest and settled in his territory. This was originally part of the agreement between him and the druids in the Loop of Trade Winds, and with the departure of the Mage Legion with Erewhon's envoy, these tree elves also came to Cruz's land. They faced the night wind and chanted ancient spells, and then one by one, they turned into birds or ravens and flew out of the forest in flocks, flying down the valley in the direction of Greystone Town. Migratory birds often migrated in the areas near the Sea of the Empire, and even in the inland areas, it was not rare to see a flock of ravens wandering on the hills. However, the druids still chose to scatter and enter the town safely. After losing the eyes in the sky, the army of Jorgendy Ridge could not notice these scattered flocks of birds. The druids flew into the city and landed in the dark places, dead ends, deep alleys, or secluded courtyards. Then, they turned back into human form in a cloud of green light. A few druids in a group took out blue stones from their pockets and placed them on the ground according to a certain pattern, forming large and small magic circles. Next, they began to infuse magic into these stones. Green beams of light extended between the stones like snakes. When each stone was connected together, the space above the magic circle began to vibrate. From the center of the circle, a shining silver line appeared. This silver line expanded to both sides like an open eye in the void, but this eye had no pupil. There was only a strange space shining with blue and white light inside. At this moment, far away in the hills, more than a dozen light gates opened, appearing in front of the White Lion guards and the Kurlut's noble private soldiers who were ready to go. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The Bugha's teleportation circle. Rogers exclaimed. He looked at Brando with a complicated expression. The craftsman wizards are supporting you. Brendel smiled and said, Sir Knight, if you speak any louder and Sir Cooper hears you, he might start to suspect your identities. Rogers' expression changed, and he thought that it was more important for him to hide his identity as an internal knight, so he carefully closed his mouth. Chapter 930. We'll split into 3 groups. Rogers, you and Earl Jean will seize the west gate of Greystone Town and ensure that we have a way out. I'll let the Shire go with you to deal with the high-level creatures in Jorgendy Ridge's army. Brando looked at the 4 knights of the internal court and deliberately emphasized the words, Earl Jean. In fact, everyone present understood that Brando was handing over the command of Earl Jean's private army to the 4 internal court knights. As for the so-called going with Earl Jean, it was just a fig leaf to avoid embarrassing the Earl. Earl Jean could only let out a low snort not far away to vent his dissatisfaction. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Moreover, to be honest, this arrangement was quite to his liking. At least, it was much better than having his army stolen by the other party. Of course, in terms of attitude, he would definitely not be nice to Brando. In response to Brando's order, Rogers nodded silently. He knew that the young Archmage was not only here to help them, but also to monitor them. The Earl would not be completely at ease leaving the army to Cruise's people. Brendel saw that Rogers had no objections and nodded in satisfaction. He trusted the Queen's inner court knights. Rogers was an upright person and did not have the bad habits of a noble. He continued, Medisa. But suddenly he saw the merchant girl jumping and waving at him with all her might. He could not help but sigh, all right, Romaine, I'll leave the diplomatic group to you. There's a bakery in Greystone Town called Rove's Compass. There's a secret passage there that leads to the lower reaches of the Silver Stream Valley. He looked at Rogers. That bakery was actually the secret base of the inner court knights in Greystone Town. This information was also given to him by the latter. Rogers nodded in confirmation. Brendel turned back. Miss Nasha will bring you and the diplomatic group to find that place. Medisa will also lead a squadron of White Lion infantry to protect you. Also, I'm leaving everyone's safety to you, so this time you have to at least act more seriously. Romaine nodded in confirmation. Brendel turned back. Miss Nasha will bring you and the diplomatic group to find that place. Medisa will also lead a squadron of White Lion infantry to protect you. The merchant girl's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Brando was still not at ease seeing him like this. He simply said to the Duke's daughter, Miss Eugenie, I'll have to trouble you. The Duke's daughter turned her head away, not wanting to see him at all. She said coldly, I'll naturally be responsible for my own safety. Then she added, besides, I think the Roman lady is much more reliable than you. At least she won't start a war for no reason. That's because you still don't have enough contact with her. Brando criticized in his heart, thinking that the young lady would soon regret her words. However, the diplomatic group would not encounter too much trouble on this route, so he dared to leave it in the hands of the Roman. Even if there was a battle, among the people accompanying them were Eek and the sergeant from Yenalasu. In addition, among the captives of the cruise, there were also the knights of the Summer Solstice Knight Regiment. Among them, there was even the vice-commander, Blofeld, who was at the peak of the gold level. In addition to Medisha, their safety was still guaranteed. The order he gave to the diplomatic group was to guard the entrance of the secret passage. If there was an unpredictable situation on the other routes, then they could at least retreat through the secret passage. This was the worst-case scenario, and it could be considered as leaving a backup plan for the whole plan. As for the last route, Brando glanced at Sir Cooper, who was not far away. Cooper still did not know what was happening in the sky at this moment. The attack of the gargoyles was carried out in complete secrecy. On the side of Cruz, only the 4 internal knights knew about it, so the knight was still dejected at this moment, with a hopeless look on his face. Sir Cooper, he asked, would you like to come with me to deal with Count Alcorn and the other imperial nobles? Cooper was slightly startled, then slowly raised his head to look at him. His expression was as if he was looking at a psychopath. Why, Sir Cooper, if I remember correctly, you should be the retainer of the Count. Is your loyalty to the Count only limited to this? Brando asked again. Cooper licked his dry lips and replied, with all due respect, Count Tonagel. He stammered a little and replied, your plan sounds perfect, but the problem is, you don't seem to have said how we should enter the city. Should we fly in? Fly in? Brando smiled and shook his head, that would be too slow. He snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, a dozen light doors opened in front of everyone. Cooper was almost stunned by the scene in front of him, and Rogers even whispered, the Buga's teleportation circle. He looked at Brando with a complicated expression. Count, the craftsman mages are indeed supporting you. Brando put his index finger to his lips and smiled. Mr. Knight, you know so much. If Sir Cooper hears you a little louder, he might start to suspect your identity. Rogers' expression changed, and he thought that hiding his identity as an internal knight was more important for him, so he cautiously shut his mouth. Cooper seemed to finally recognize these things. He had been fortunate enough to see the door of flame of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Although these portals were not as spectacular as the opening of the door of flame, the aura that represented space and time was the same. He stammered and asked, My lord, this is a portal. Correct answer, but no bonus points. Brando replied with a chuckle. A white light flashed in the portal, and Brando and Maynard appeared in the secluded courtyard one after another. The teleportation circle continued to flash behind the two of them, and Cooper and his guards appeared one by one, followed by Yuta and a small group of white lion swordsmen. The tree elf druids who were quietly guarding the courtyard immediately bowed when they saw Brando. Brando nodded to them in return. At this time, the Nightsong Tiger came in from outside the courtyard with the two sisters, Falerne and Tia. When he saw Brando, he put his hand on his chest and bowed like a knight. My lord. Are you ready? Brando asked. We're ready. We've captured a group of subterranean dwellers. Just as our lord said, their loyalty is built purely on the mentality of relying on the strong. They don't have any sense of honor. When we interrogated them, they spilled the beans. The Nightsong Tiger answered very easily. The level of the White City Vanguard card was based on the level of the Fran Knight. Now that Medisha had the strength of an elemental awakener, and they were almost at the level of a lower gold, a few subterranean dwellers were a piece of cake for them. Do any of you know Jorgendigang? Brando originally thought that he could show off the Jorgendigang language that he inherited from Sophie, but he did not expect that someone in the Nightsong Tigers group would know this obscure language. His little sense of superiority was instantly shattered, but he was more curious. In the whole of Wonde, other than the dwarves in the mountains, there was not much contact with the underground inhabitants of Jorgendigang. Due to the isolation of the beehive, the underground and the surface kingdoms were almost two separate worlds. Furthermore, the Jorgendigang language was derived from the ancient Dwarven language, which was very different from the Cruz language that originated from the Myrna language. Even scholars rarely studied this language. Dia, who was standing beside Falerne, was all smiles. She opened her mouth and said a lot of strange words to him. Brendel almost jumped out of his skin when he heard it. Isn't Dia speaking Jorgentil Gaugen? She also had a strong subterranean dweller accent, which made him think, that's right, that's the smell. He almost couldn't resist the urge to ask the little girl if her family knew that Xiao could speak Ganges so well. However, when he looked at the stern-faced Falerne beside him, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Most likely, they knew. Secondly, he wanted to make fun of Dia. If Falerne lost her temper later, he wouldn't be able to handle it. In the end, Brando could only ask in surprise, Tia, when did you learn Jorgendigang language? Tajiv taught me, the wild elf answered proudly. Isn't that awesome, brother Brando? Very good. Brendel was not stingy with his praise, causing the latter to chuckle. After chatting for a while, Brando asked the Nightsong Tiger, what did they say? I've told you everything I can. As you've guessed, the Lord of the Shader Dwellers is Tamu. He lives in the north of here. These blind people don't know the way, so I've deduced from their descriptions. There are some other places to refer to. The street is very wide, and there's a square with a fountain in the middle. Tamu is stationed there. The Nightsong Tiger pondered for a moment, as if he was organizing his words, then answered cautiously. Brando looked at Cooper, who had yet to recover from the teleportation. It was not until Brando patted him on the shoulder that the Nightsong Tiger asked, "What's wrong?" The Nightsong Tiger had no choice but to repeat it again. This time, Cooper finally understood. "I know that place. It's called St. Shangda Square. There's an inn called the Silver Bell there. I once stopped there when I passed by Greystone Town. It seems that it's the central area of the city." Brando said, "Our subterranean dwellers are quite good at picking places." Cooper was a little surprised. "Isn't this your first time in the Empire, Count?" Brando smiled. "The central area of the city is surrounded by the most prosperous areas of the city. Why would my lord stay in a secluded alley?" Cooper was enlightened. "Since you know that place, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Brando looked at the dark sky and reminded the Nightsong Tiger. The harpies would change shifts every hour or two, which meant that the residents of Georgandy Ridge would sooner or later discover that they were under attack. Although there was still plenty of time, it was not the time for idle chatter. Cooper was a little hesitant. He looked left and right and found that other than the druids in the courtyard, Brando's entourage was only the small group behind him and the Nightsong Tiger. Although he thought that Tia and Falerne were at most maids and there might be a few more outside the door, it was still a little too little. He could not help but show a bitter expression. "With all due respect, Count Brando, isn't it a little too rash for us to ambush the Lord of Georgandy Ridge with just a few people? Is it still a surprise attack when there are so many of us?" The Nightsong Tiger replied with some disdain. Brando was not surprised by the nature of these nobles. He comforted the Nightsong Tiger. "Sir, do you think I'll bring you along with me to die?" Cooper thought for a while and felt that it was more likely that Brando would send him to his death, and there was no reason for him to die with him. He also remembered that the Count of Erewhon had a good reputation. Before this, he had personally asked his comrades who were captured by Brando. Although all of them, including Count Jean, wished that the country bumpkin from Erewhon would meet with misfortune, they did not deny that Brando treated them well. At least in this aspect, he still had the demeanor of a noble. Thinking of this, Sir Cooper felt that he had grasped onto a life-saving straw, or rather, a calming pill. He hesitantly nodded to Brando. Although St. Shangda Square was located in the most prosperous area in the center of Greystone Town, it did not refer to the geometrical center of the town. After 2 or 3 expansions, the town had long exceeded the boundaries of the city walls. In the hinterland of the empire where the fires of war had not been burned all year round, such a situation was very common. St. Shangda Square was located in the heart of the old town. The 5 main streets that led to the 5 gates of Greystone Town converged here, forming a large open-air square. Surrounding the square were shops, hostels, local chambers of commerce, and a series of tall buildings. Of course, the most majestic building under the night sky was the temple of the god of pottery, Kalidas. However, the god of pottery was extremely unlucky. Last time in Buchi, the undead of Madara only managed to destroy one wall of his temple. Now, this group of subterranean dwellers had directly used the temple as an army camp. Brando and his entourage hid behind a wall next to a nearby shop. When the Nightsong Tiger saw this scene, he could not help but twitch his mouth and said, "Although these subterranean dwellers are blind, they can still differentiate between good and bad. They actually used the temple as a place for them to eat, drink, and defecate." Although this was the era of mortals, and the gods had left Wone for thousands of years, and the Dark Dragon and the 4 sages had established a new order on the earth, the people of Martha had never forgotten the gods' favor in the ancient times. Many people still believed that the gods would one day return to Wone. The monks of the Holy Cathedral of Fire were devout believers of Martha, and did not intend to stop this saying. Moreover, the divine spells of the priests had never failed, which proved that the protectors of order were still responding to the call of their people. This saying was very popular in the countryside, especially in the south of Cruz and Erewhon. Poor Sir Cooper was such a devout believer, and when he heard the Nightsong Tiger's blasphemous words, his face turned pale. However, he did not dare to say that the Nightsong Tiger was wrong, because even in his opinion, these damned subterranean dwellers had gone too far. There was a fountain in the middle of St. Shangda Square, and the statue in the fountain was said to be a full-body portrait of the local founder, Mr. Shangda. Unfortunately, the statue had fallen from its pedestal and was smashed into pieces. There were 2 razor boars next to the statue, drinking from the fountain. Not far from them, their tamers, more than 10 purple-colored, long-maned subterranean dwellers, were either standing or sitting on the marble steps of the holy cathedral. They were communicating in a language that most of the people present did not understand. How vulgar. Even Brando could not help but shake his head. The subterranean dwellers were not civilized, and they only believed in the mysterious spirits of the dark caves. It was unrealistic to expect them to maintain basic respect for Cruz's history and culture. He pointed to the rooftops of the nearby buildings and said, "Tia, Falerne, you two take care of these noisy things." He was referring to the harpies on the rooftops. There were a total of 7 harpies monitoring the entire square from the top of the Chamber of Commerce and the Noble Assembly. They were especially alert in the dark, constantly leaping up and down, attacking each other and making shrill noises. It was very annoying. "No problem," Falerne replied, and Tia nodded firmly. Brando then pointed to the subterranean dwellers at the entrance of the Holy Cathedral and said, "Yuta, I'll leave these to you. There's a total of 18 rats. Don't let them make a sound." The White Lion Guards that accompanied the diplomatic party were basically the best of the best. The 10 chosen for this raid were the best of the best, and each of them was at least a mid-silver. They could even put up a fight against a razor boar. Brando was not worried at all that they could not deal with a group of subterranean dwellers. Yuta hesitated for a moment. She brushed her flame-like hair away from her forehead, but she still nodded. "There are 2 razor boars left. I'll take care of one and leave the other to your guard captain. These things don't have much intelligence. Just don't let them make too much noise," Brando said as he looked at Cooper's guard captain, Mr. Walton. "What do you think?" Walton, a swordsman who made his name in Ludwig, had a pair of thick eyebrows. He looked at Brando suspiciously, as if he was doubting the strength of this young man. But in the end, he still nodded. "Maynard, stay here with the druids to deal with any unexpected situations," Brando said. "Yes," the knight replied calmly. Chapter 931. Stars twinkled in the night sky. Brando stared at the ceiling of the Chamber of Commerce and the Chamber of Commerce for several minutes. He waited for the harpies to land for the 3rd time before he finally gave the order, "Let's do it." Light flashed between Falerne's fingers, and 4 harpies 100 meters away from her were pierced by dark blue arrows. The arrows pierced through their hearts, and they immediately turned into ice sculptures with a cracking sound. Battle wizards could draw spells from the circle of curses, and their casting speed was extremely fast. However, elven messengers were slower by half a beat. Tia's reaction was even slower. She tried her best to finish reciting every single word of the spell. She pushed her hands forward, and everyone saw an invisible ripple sweep across the sky above the plaza. It swept across the bodies of the fleeing harpies. In an instant, they were torn to pieces, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Tia didn't expect her spell to have such a great effect. She couldn't help but stick her tongue out at Brando apologetically. "A gas storm blade," Brando muttered to himself. "Is it really necessary to use a Circle 7 spell against 3 harpies?" At this time, the subterranean dwellers in the square were alarmed. Although they couldn't see, they could hear the commotion. The subterranean dwellers at the entrance of the holy temple panicked and grabbed their weapons. Suddenly, a wave of crossbow bolts flew out from the darkness, and the pitiful creatures fell to the ground as if they had hit an invisible wall. The remaining 3 or 4 subterranean dwellers didn't even have time to react before the White Lion Guards pierced through their hearts with swords. The next unlucky ones were the patrol team. Yuta personally intercepted them. The female mercenary leader's flame-like hair was like an eye-catching flag in the dark night. It danced up and down with her movements, and the crimson fire raven's tongue shone brightly. When Brando saw the sword, he was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that he had given the sword to the mercenary leader. The fire raven's tongue seemed to have been given life in Yuta's hands. She raised her hand and turned the sword into a flaming whip. The golden-red whip swept across a distance of 34 meters, wrapping around 4 or 5 fleeing subterranean dwellers and turning them into ashes. The rest of the subterranean dwellers were unable to resist the White Lion guards. One by one, they fell to the ground and were slaughtered. Cooper looked at the sword in Yuta's hand and then looked at the beautiful figure of the female mercenary leader. He couldn't help but look back at Brando enviously, thinking that the young man was really lucky. At this moment, there were only 2 razor boars left in the square. These beasts that came from the underworld were extremely huge, almost as big as a cow. They had 4 pairs of fangs that were arranged side by side. Each pair was more than half a meter long, just like a sharp, snow-white scimitar. That was how the name razor boars came about. After the Chadre cavemen domesticated them, they put on metal masks and eye masks, further reducing their weaknesses. Hence, they became the beasts that lived up to their name. These creatures had a violent temperament and were famous killers in the underworld. However, their brains seemed to be burned by the constant anger, and their intelligence was extremely low. Wild razor boars attacked all enemies that entered their territory, and sometimes even their mates. Even after they were domesticated, their only target was their tamer. When all the subterranean dwellers in the square were killed, the 2 razor boars came to their senses. Naturally, their first choice was not to howl loudly to call for their companions. Instead, they immediately buried their heads and charged at the humans who appeared in their sight. Walton and Brando stood in front of the 2 razor boars, one on the left and the other on the right. Walton had been famous in Ludwig for a long time. Other than his swordsmanship, his strength was also at the peak of the gold tier. However, he didn't dare to be too careless in the face of these crazy boars. When the razor boar charged at him, he dodged to the side and used crews to slash at the big guy's hooves. The razor boar's hooves were cut off, and its head slammed into the ground. It opened its mouth and wanted to scream, but before the sharp air could rush out of its throat, Walton's sword pierced its throat and sealed it in its stomach. The tragic sound of the slaughtered boar eventually turned into the sound of the air hitting the broken trachea, and dirty blood gushed out. Walton looked at the dead razor boar lying on the ground and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He was obviously very satisfied with the way he handled the situation. To be able to end the battle so cleanly, it meant that his understanding of swordsmanship had improved by another step. However, he was a little surprised that the young count hadn't made a move yet. Logically speaking, no matter who won or lost, there should be some movement. Even if Walton handled the situation so cleanly, the razor boar still made a loud noise when it hit the ground. Of course, Walton didn't think that Brando could be stronger than him. He had followed Cooper for a long time, and although he hadn't heard much about the Count's strength, he had heard about his impulsiveness and arrogance. When Brando attacked the Black Sword Fortress, the Empire only said that the Count had a genuine archmage by his side. Walton didn't believe that Brando was a swordsman in his early 20s. But when he turned around, he saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. Brando stood still, and not far away, the razor boar was lying on the ground, trembling like a sieve. It was so scared that it wet its pants, and it didn't dare to take half a step forward. All the young men of the White Lion Guards, including the female mercenary leader, looked at their lord with reverence. Walton wasn't ignorant, and he naturally understood what had happened. The might of a swordsman. In the natural world, only a few creatures that had reached a certain level of power could naturally produce pressure, such as dragons or mythical creatures that couldn't be described with words outside the elemental frontier. However, for the Iron Folk, only those who had reached a certain level of strength in a domain and had even grasped the principles of the laws could produce pressure, the power of the laws, the power of the Sword Saint. In order to reach this level, the only condition that had to be fulfilled was the enlightenment of truth. Brando did indeed feel the existence of the laws of nature at that moment, and even he didn't know what had happened. The moment he pulled out his sword and pointed it at the razor boar, a mysterious knowledge responded from the Halran Gaia. At that moment, he seemed to understand the meaning of mountains and rivers, and the meaning of eternity. But this was just a story that happened in an instant. It was as if he had truly stepped into the realm of the elemental enlightenment for a moment, but in an instant, he had returned to the peak state of elemental activation. But in just a moment of the elemental enlightenment, the pressure naturally exuded from his body was enough to frighten the razor boar, which lacked intelligence. Brando had a faint premonition in his heart. He withdrew his sword, looked at the razor boar lying on the ground, and said to the others, "Don't worry about this thing, it won't be able to react for a while. Quickly attack the temple." As he said this, he raised his head and silently glanced at the dark night sky. Unknowingly, dark clouds had covered the starlight. Perhaps it was because of the blessing of the god of pottery, Kalidas, or some other reason, the battle to enter the temple was very smooth. The troglodytes stationed in the temple didn't expect the changes outside at all. When the White Lion guards attacked the temple, they were caught off guard and lost the initiative. The rest of the battle was almost a one-sided massacre. Although Tanu's bugbear guards launched a fearless counterattack, these grade 4 creatures from the underground of Jorgandi Ridge were obviously better at fighting in caves than on the surface. Under the attack of Yuta, Maynard, and Walton, the White Lion guards almost wiped out Tanu's guards at the cost of one minor injury. The battle ended faster than expected. Tanpu was the lord of the Shadr subterranean dwellers. But that was it. The subterranean dwellers were the lowest existence in Jorgandi Ridge, and their status was only slightly higher than that of the ground dragon. Tanpu was most famous in the underworld for having a minotaur as a slave. With this tier 6 creature, he occupied a small territory at the edge of the tranquil lands and built up his prestige among his fellow subterranean dwellers. He raised an army and became the lord of the tranquil lands, but his power was only slightly stronger than the banished Tajiv. This time, the minotaur he had always relied on was only able to withstand a few blows from Walton before its head was chopped off. The stench of blood spurted out from the minotaur, who was hiding behind the minotaur, and it almost fainted. When Janna dragged him out of the holy temple, the lord had lost all of his former majesty. Instead, he was like a rooster that had fallen into water, shivering in fear. "My lord, this guy doesn't know much, but he has told us everything he can," Yuta said. "Why don't you ask him again?" Brando glanced at Tanu, but shook his head and replied anxiously, "Don't waste my time. Just tell me what he said." Yuta was slightly startled and looked at Brando strangely. Maynard, who had followed them out, did not have as many concerns as the mercenary commander. She also noticed something unusual in Brando's tone and asked, "What happened?" Brendel shook his head gently. He vaguely felt that the sword from before was a little unusual. The feeling that came from the ground was definitely not his own understanding of the laws, but some kind of connection. He just happened to feel this connection at the right time. He remembered the legend of Jorgandi Ridge. Before the Great Schism, the people of the underworld did indeed believe in the same god as the Lion Men of Tokunin. This legend made him feel a little uneasy, as if it was connected with some of the doubts he had in the past few days. However, he could not find the key point for the time being. There was another thing that puzzled him. That feeling was clearly coming from the sky, but the sky was not the traditional territory of the Jorgandi Ridge. This made Brendel unable to tell what he felt for a while. Yuta looked at the female knight, and then at her liege. She did not dare to let the latter wait for too long. She whispered, "I'm afraid even this guy doesn't know how big the invasion of Jorgandi Ridge is this time. But my liege, according to his description, I'm afraid it's not small." This was within Brendel's expectations, and Janna's words only confirmed his conjecture. Brendel threw away the messy thoughts in his mind and cleared his mind. He asked, "How many units of Jorgandi Ridge's army are stationed in Greystone Town? Who is the main force of Jorgandi Ridge's army in this direction?" "It should know, right? There are only 2 troops of Jorgandi Ridge stationed in Greystone Town. The other liege is called Guku, Brother Brando." Tia answered first. Yuta nodded as if she was testifying, indicating that Tanu's words were translated by Tia. Guku? Brando felt that he had heard this name before. But when he thought about it, he realized that this name did not seem to belong to any well-known liege in Jorgandi Ridge. It was not even as famous as Tanu. Tanu was one of the only two liege lords of the Shadre cavemen. In addition to his minotaur slaves, he was somewhat famous in this regard. What made him feel strange was that, theoretically speaking, a lord that he had heard of would definitely not be unknown. Brando could not help but wonder if his memory was wrong. He turned back to Maynard for help, but he found that the female knight was also frowning as if she was thinking about the same problem as him. What about the other problem? He asked again. The liege who is now marching toward Azaf seems to be a guy called Moksha, but this guy can't explain it clearly. He's really useless. Tia glanced at Tanu and replied. Moksha. Brando was slightly startled. So it's him, the king of the lizard men. He is considered a lord second only to Geralt and Medusa. If he is the commander of Jorgandi Ridge's attack on Azaf, then the forces of Jorgandi Ridge invading the surface world this time will not be too small. At least there must be a real king of the underground in the south. The wild elf sister smiled and replied, Brother Brando, you guessed right. The Jorgandi Ridge army that is attacking Rokizi, the Broken Sword Mountain Fortress group, is the army from the Venom Swamp. The Medusa Queen. Brando immediately reacted, but he was not too nervous. After all, it was the Empire that was in trouble now, and it had nothing to do with him. No matter how powerful the Medusa Queen was, it was impossible for her to turn north from Rokizi Plateau to cause trouble for him. He asked a few more questions, and Tia answered them one by one. But as Yuta said, Tanu knew very little. He did not even know the real reason why Jorgandi Ridge invaded the surface world. As for why he appeared here, it was because he was forced to participate in the war by a more powerful lord. This was a common occurrence in the Underdark, and Brando was not surprised. In the end, Brando asked about the whereabouts of Count Alcorn and his men. These unlucky imperial nobles were locked in the underground tomb of the Holy Cathedral by Tanu. At this moment, Sir Cooper had led his men to rescue them. But it was conceivable that the cavemen did not have the superfluous bearing of nobles. It was almost imaginable what would happen to Count Alcorn and his men if they fell into their hands. Even if they did not die, they would probably lose a layer of skin. Speaking of this matter, Brando could not help but think maliciously that if the Count had known about this earlier, he might have taken the initiative to surrender to him and would rather be a captive of Erwin's men. At the same time, Tia's description of the crew's nobles' encounter also confirmed another premonition in Brando's heart. The fact that the Shadr cavemen did not value these crew's captives meant that they were not targeting Count Alcorn at all. In other words, the Count was captured by these cavemen on the way. However, Brando did not have time to sigh for the unlucky Count at this moment. He immediately looked at Maynard and asked, "Did you find that thing?" Maynard nodded. Then, she took out an item. The item in her palm was not even the size of her palm. It was a bit like an enlarged platinum coin. This kind of gold coin was widely used in the Fanzan area. Because of the special casting process, its surface was brighter than ordinary gold coins. However, the metal disc in the female knight's hand was even brighter than ordinary platinum coins. It was like a sparkling gemstone with metallic characteristics, but there was no obvious crystallization structure. And if one looked closely, one would even find that this metal disc contained a faint glow of flames. Anyone could tell at a glance that this metal disc was not an ordinary item because all the metals and forging techniques in the mortal world could not create the same thing. Even if it was similar, it seemed unlikely. Janna's attention was drawn to the metal disc the moment she saw it. She stared at it as if she was possessed. It took her a long time to react. "What is this?" "It's so beautiful," she blurted out. Brando heard this sentence and could not help but smile bitterly. Such an item, in Yuta's eyes, was only beautiful, but for anyone who had ever seen it, it was the most precious treasure in the world. Wand had two things that mortals could not touch. The first was fate, and the second was the law. But Martha finally gave mortals the power to change everything. The master of fate lies in the amber key, and all the whispers between heaven and earth are recorded on the stone tablet. Pale Poem, Verse 4, Paragraph 3, P.S. Silly Miss also, I beg for monthly votes. Everyone, seeing that I'm working so hard today, I hope you won't be stingy with your votes. Chapter 933. Looking down from the sky, the entire city was immersed in darkness. In the North City, there were still shadows of subterranean dwellers moving around, but the center of the old city was dead silent. Looking further south, there was a group of people moving quickly along the streets without any lights. Faster. Don't give them a chance to react. Medusa took the lead. She was like a silver flame that swept across the street. The patrolling subterranean dwellers that were blocking the road immediately fled in all directions. Those who were unable to dodge in time were engulfed by the soul flame of the silver elf princess spear and burned to ashes. The elegant and tall unicorn galloped on the street. Its 4 hooves that were covered in soul flame flashed and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only a trail of light behind it. Behind her was the White Lion Knight Squad in a charging formation, followed by the Summer Solstice Knight Squad. Follow them, Knight of the Empire. The Summer Solstice Knight Squad's vice-captain, Bloomfield, also roared, "Go and open a path for our allies, protect the left and right wings, don't let those underground rats have a chance to take advantage of us." The crew's knights had already taken back their equipment 2 days ago. Brando invited them to fight for the Empire, and as the Empire's knight, they naturally couldn't refuse. Although they knew that they were still hostages, the Georgandy gang was the enemy of the Empire. In comparison, Erwin's people and Cruz's people had an advantage. As the saying goes, there is only a gap when there is a comparison. After the Knight Squad cleared the path, it was the bloated team of envoys. In this team, except for a few nobles who were born in the military who could keep up with the speed of the envoys, the rest of the people who lived like princes were pushed, dragged, or carried by their servants. There were a few who were especially fat with their tongues hanging out, and they looked like dying old dogs from afar. But at this time, no one dared to complain, and no one urged them to move forward, but the consequences of falling behind were self-evident. Erwin's envoys rode on horses, and these were all real war horses. Firstly, Brando didn't want to waste Medicia's night preparation card on these nobles, and secondly, summoning the heroic spirit Pegasus would cause too much of a commotion, and it would be hard to not attract attention. But after all, the number of mounts was limited. At this moment, there were only 3 people on the Roman horse. She was hugging the daughter of the Duke of Grenoires, and Chiara was behind her. Fortunately, the weight of the 3 added together was not as big as the meatball that was Ephraim, and these pure-blooded Cruz horses could carry them easily. "Ephraim, you idiot, you went the wrong way, come back. Don't hold the reins so tightly. Do you know how to ride a horse? There are monsters on the left, Mr. Bloomfield, please stop those subterranean dwellers." "Ah!" Romaine screamed in fright and quickly lowered her small body to protect the daughter. At the same time, she dodged the spear thrown by the subterranean dwellers and asked loudly, "Chiara, are you all right?" I'm fine, Miss Roman." The representative of House Cipher, the eldest son's sister, was so scared that her face turned pale. The spear almost flew past her nose, but she let out a soft sigh and calmed down immediately. There was only excitement left in her light blue eyes. "Miss Roman, there's a subterranean dweller over there. Quick, let's go take a look." The book said that when these monsters are alive, their skin can change color according to the environment, just like a chameleon, but I've never seen one before. "Okay." Roman replied with great interest when he heard this. "No." The only normal person among the 3, the daughter of Grenoires, Judith, was so scared that she cried out, "Sister Roman, Sister Chiara, let's run, woo-woo." Romaine was in a dilemma. On one hand, Chiara's words made her curious, and on the other hand, Judith's tears made her flustered. She thought for a moment, and finally came up with a perfect answer. "Princess Magadal, Eugenie, come and help me." The Duke's daughter was sitting behind Marjorie. When she saw this scene, how could she not know that the young lady had suddenly come up with a strange idea? She snorted coldly and said, "Please conduct yourself with dignity, Miss Roman, have you forgotten the commander's words?" As for Princess Magadal, the latter smiled at her and shook her head. "Ah." The Roman seemed to have just remembered Brando's instructions, and immediately showed a dejected expression. Chiara, on the other hand, had a displeased look on her face. That hateful fellow. Then let's just say that he owes us 2 live subterranean dwellers, 1 for each of us. The Count's dead is quite bizarre. Eek couldn't help but say to Marjorie when he heard this. The officer from Janalesa nodded in agreement. Although the diplomatic party was noisy, Romaine had the demeanor of a leader of a merchant party. She managed to keep the bloated group in order. At least under her reminder, no one was left behind, and there were no accidents. Of course, the only thing that troubled the vice-commander of the Shia Solstice Night Regiment, Bloomfield, was that the young lady's orders would be better. She wouldn't mix in the slang of merchants in 2 or 3 sentences. How could a knight like him understand such things? The group moved forward, getting closer and closer to their destination. Finally, after turning the last corner, the conspicuous sign of Romaine's compass with 4 arrows appeared in everyone's eyes. We're here. The Knight Nasha couldn't help but cheer. Medisha immediately raised her left hand and stopped everyone. Squads 1 to 8, spread out and find cover. Commander Bloomfield, get your men to find cover. Miss Roman, get the diplomatic party to hide in the house. What's wrong? Nasha was slightly taken aback and looked at the fairy princess in confusion. She didn't understand the meaning of her order. Bloomfield also looked over with a puzzled expression. Only the Roman looked at Medisha and immediately ordered the nobles behind her. Quick, quick, hide in the house. In fact, the nobles at the back hadn't turned the corner and didn't know what was happening in front of them. But they were already used to the strange orders of the merchant lady. No matter how ridiculous these orders sounded, they were always useful. For example, she ordered the party to stop for no reason and avoid the ambush of the subterranean dwellers. Or she said that they were going to the left to go to the right to avoid the subterranean dwellers. It was as if there was a halo of miraculous luck that enveloped this young lady. They were already used to it. Now that the Roman gave the order, the nobles rushed into the buildings on both sides as if it was a conditioned reflex. They were so uniform that it was as if they had been rehearsed many times. It was shocking. Fortunately, the owners of these houses had fled Greystone Town before the war, so there weren't any unnecessary disputes. Bloomfield saw this scene and felt a little apprehensive. But the commander of the Solstice Knights also expressed his admiration for the Roman lady's halo. Even though he was skeptical, he still ordered his subordinates to find cover. Everyone hid in the shadows on both sides of the street. Moments later, Medisha suddenly looked up at the night sky. Following her gaze, Bloomfield and Nasha also looked up. The nobles hiding in the houses also looked up at the narrow sky above the street. Anslova's clear night sky was filled with twinkling stars. A few sparse clouds floated in the distance. The proud moon gradually disappeared into the clouds, casting a shadow on the ground. The surroundings seemed to have become unusually quiet. What is that sound? Internal Court Knight Nasha suddenly asked uneasily, did I hear wrong? Bloomfield, the vice-commander of the Solstice Knights, shook his head. He also heard it. The sound of the wind below the clouds. In Anzarita's winter, there was a land and sea breeze that blew from the floating cloud hill to the supreme inland sea. When the wind swept through the pine forest in the vast wilderness of Anslova, it would make the sound of pines rustling. This sound echoed in the silent night like a poem and a song. But at this moment, this long poem between heaven and earth seemed to be recited by another voice. This voice gradually became louder and louder, as if a lunatic with a red face was shouting at the top of his lungs. The sound of the wind gradually became a roar as it swept across the entire hill. The nobles and knights who were hiding on both sides of the street were dumbfounded as they watched the airflow and the night sky become visible to the naked eye in an instant. Along with the sharp whistling sound, there were sounds of things being thrown to the ground and broken into pieces. When these sounds gathered together, it was like the omen before the end of the world. It was bewitching. In an instant, Medisha narrowed her eyes. Everyone who raised their heads to look at the sky like her saw a huge shadow pass through the clouds like a fish. It swept across the sky above Greystone Town, and what followed was an unparalleled power that pressed down from the sky. Clang! The metal disc in Maynard's hand that shimmered under the moonlight, a treasure whose value could not be estimated with the eyes of mortals, suddenly fell from her hand and landed on the ground. Brando looked at the female knight strangely. With Maynard's strength, it was impossible for her to not be able to hold something steady. Moreover, he knew very well how much she understood the value of this metal disc. There was no way she would be careless and lose it. Maynard frowned and looked at the disc on the ground. She did not bend down to pick it up. Instead, she looked at the metal disc with a puzzled expression. It was trembling slightly on the marble steps, making a buzzing sound as if an invisible hand was controlling it to dance. 5 pairs of eyes met on the metal disc, but after a while, they looked up again. Brando was the first to see the clouds moving faster under the night sky. Damn! Why is there such a thing? Quick, hide in the holy temple. His expression changed. He pulled Tia up and rushed back into the holy temple. The wild elf was caught off guard and screamed in fear. Maynard's reaction was a little slower, but she bent down to pick up the metal disc and followed behind. Yuta was right behind her. Although she did not understand what was going on, she saw the strange phenomenon in the sky above Anclova and realized that something was wrong. She subconsciously followed Brando's footsteps. Falerne was the last to arrive. She picked up her younger sister's staff and walked into the temple unhurriedly. She handed the staff to her younger sister, who was still in a state of shock, and rolled her eyes at her liege. Unfortunately, Brando did not notice her gaze. He and Maynard were looking at the sky outside the holy temple nervously. The clouds were moving westward. The howling wind seemed to have suppressed all sounds, and the whole world seemed to have turned into another sense of silence. Silently, a black shadow swept across the clouds. Its open wings covered the light of the moon and stars, casting a dim shadow over Greystone Town. Jana and Tia's eyes widened at the same time. They didn't even know when their mouths had dropped open. Right after the first black shadow, a second black shadow appeared. The 2 black shadows, one in front and one behind, slowly traversed half the night sky. Yuta could hear her throat gurgling. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. For a moment, she could feel her blood rushing in reverse. It was as if every strand of her hair was standing on end. Tia also grabbed her brother's hand tightly. She did not even realize it herself. She stared at the sky, her emerald green eyes sparkling. There was a legend in Wonde. It said that if someone saw the shadow of a dragon under the clouds, then it meant that not long after, a child with the dragon's favor would be born. That was the origin of the bloodline talent, the shadow of the dragon. However, since the Golden Age passed, there were very few people who saw a real dragon on the earth. A full-grown dragon. This was not a dragon like Alaz, Pharrell, or Sheeta who came out to train. It was a real dragon, the most terrifying and elegant creature of this era. A real full-grown dragon. When they spread their wings, it was like a floating shadow. It was as if they could block the light of the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything else. When they soared in the clouds, they were like fish swimming in the sky. The sky was their ocean. They were the masters of the sky. Dragon. It took the female mercenary leader a while to utter the word. It's a black dragon. Maynard added. I know these 2 dragons. Brando said. His face was gloomy. Modesty and Malthus. Who are they, Brother Brando? Tia asked, still a little scared. Sinful dragons, the banished black dragons. They are one of the 5 lords of Jorgendy Ridge. They are here too. The ashes at Bear Lake. Maynard suddenly remembered and reminded him in a low voice. It's the Ridge Drake. Brando shook his head. It's a pity that I've never seen this top creature of Jorgendy Ridge. Otherwise, I would have recognized it. They are here for this thing? Yuta asked as she stared at the metal disc in Maynard's hand. Her face was still a little pale, as if she could not breathe properly. The deterrence from the dragon was almost tangible. If she was not beside Brando just now, she would have screamed in fear. But after calming down a little, she immediately thought of the thing that they just got from Tanpu. Brando shook his head. I'm afraid not. This is probably a coincidence. That thing, he looked at Maynard and saw the same meaning in her eyes. He changed his words. Tanpu should have thought of it on the spur of the moment. No. He shook his head again. Its level is not high enough. It should be the idea of the Lizard King. But they have not realized the value of this thing. Otherwise, they would not have kept it so casually and let us get it. He took a deep breath and said, but you are right, Yuta. They will not come to the surface world easily. These two big guys must be up to something. My lord? Brando smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he was vigilant before and threw the Halran Gaia into Amon's dimensional cave. Now he could finally confirm where the inexplicable connection came from. At the same time, he probably understood one thing. The real purpose of Georgandy Ridge. The shadow of the dragon was moving away. Medisha sighed softly. Behind her, almost all the nobles of Cruz were paralyzed on the ground. Chiara's face was pale and she was out of breath. There were even people who screamed. Fortunately, the merchant lady was quick to cast a silent spell and saved the diplomatic group. But the most miserable of all were Avram and the Duke's daughter, Judith. They fainted and lost consciousness. What? What is that? Eugenie could almost hear the sound of his teeth chattering. Dragon. It's a dragon. Chiara took small breaths. Her light blue eyes seemed to be gradually regaining their luster. She was scared to death, but she was also excited to death. That's a real dragon. Shut up. Medisha ordered sternly. Don't make a sound. The silver elf princess's stern expression even scared the Roman. The latter had never seen her like this. Medisha sighed and whispered, if you don't want to die, don't talk. You don't know how terrible a real dragon is. In any case, her words had the right effect. The summer knight and the soldiers of the White Lion Guards who could still speak also obediently shut their mouths. But just as the silence spread, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out in the silent night, don't lose it. The voice came from afar, followed by a second exasperated shout. Damn it, close your eyes. P.S. Did you see enough yesterday? If you still want more, buy more tickets. Chapter 934. The twinkling tree was a precious tree in the south of Saint Tassol. Its seed was rich in light element magic, and after being processed by a special method, as long as it was shaken, it would burst out a dazzling light like the sun, temporarily blinding people. The young man called F behind Delphian watched as the little elf threw the round object at him. He quickly closed his eyes and screamed to the others, quickly close your eyes. The twinkling tree seed drew a beautiful arc and fell at the feet of the Prime Minister's daughter, rolling forward. The others didn't have time to react, and their eyes were still fixed on the round object. They saw it hit the wall and stopped. A crack appeared in the wall, and a pure white light shot out from it. It was at this time that a figure flashed in the corridor. A woman's slender hand reached out to the twinkling tree seed and grabbed it in the palm of her hand. This hand seemed to have some kind of invisible magic that could bind the surging light together. The bursting light seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and was reflected back. The dazzling light flashed slightly, and then became gentle. All the light seemed to have gathered into a warm ball of light, and was firmly controlled by this hand within a very small range. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. F was the only one who closed his eyes. He didn't hear any sound for a long time, so he couldn't help but open half of his eyes. He saw this strange scene, a woman with silver hair, wearing a white robe, and holding a ball of light in her hand, was standing in the middle of the corridor. The ball of light floated in the air, and the light above reflected the cold expression on this woman's face. She was very tall, even taller than many human males. Her pair of eyes seemed to be made of pure silver, shining brightly. The light of the ball of light was slowly dissipating in her hand. Before returning to darkness, this woman turned her head and fiercely glared at the little elf. The little elf was not afraid of anything, but this glare made her heart beat like a drum. She was full of grievances, and in the end, she pouted her little mouth with tears in her eyes. If you don't want to die, quickly leave this place. The woman in the white robe coldly looked around at everyone and opened her mouth. Her voice was somewhat hoarse and deep. Who are you? Delphian asked cautiously. May I ask what is the meaning of this? The sudden appearance of this woman shocked everyone present. To be able to restrain the blossoming light in the palm of her hand, how powerful was her control over the light element. If the previous scene was an illusion, then at this moment, the ball of light in her palm was transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the darkness. Just this ability alone was enough to make everyone present unable to resist. The white-robed woman glanced at the ceiling and shook her head anxiously. She seemed to be suppressing something as she said, "Idiots, leave quickly. I don't have time to explain it to you." Delphian still wanted to say something, but she suddenly felt as if her heart had been pricked by a needle, causing her to involuntarily take a step back. She raised her head and looked at the woman in front of her in surprise. A sense of helplessness and fear rose in everyone's hearts at that moment. The two bodyguards of the Prime Minister's daughter fell to the ground with a thump and shouted, "Madam, are you going to kill us?" But at this time, the only one who was not affected, Shinni suddenly flew up and grabbed the cloak by the back of the elf's neck and pulled her back with all her might. At the same time, she screamed, "Little elf, run! She's a dragon!" Everyone could see that the woman's eyes gradually turned into a flowing mercury-like color, and slender silver scales gradually appeared on her forehead. Dong! The wooden house seemed to have been hit by a violent gust of wind, and suddenly, the whole house shook. Outside of Rove's compass, the envoys hiding on both sides of the street could see even more clearly. A huge monster was descending from the sky, flapping its shadowy wings. Every time it flapped its wings, the wind was like a storm, sweeping across the sky above Greystone Town. The temperature rose steadily, and the turbulence formed by the air carried scattered sparks. Once the sparks landed on the roof, they would rise into a raging inferno. Everyone felt as if a distant scream rose in their hearts. This scream came from the distant darkness, piercing straight into the depths of their souls. Everyone's hearts contracted due to excessive nervousness, and blood flowed from all parts of their bodies. Their vision gradually turned pitch black from all sides to the center. They opened their mouths wide like fish out of water, and the weaker ones directly fainted. Kiera only pressed on her chest, and a flush of color surged on her pale face. She stared at this scene closely, as if afraid that she would miss a single detail. It was a huge dragon descending from the clouds. It flapped its wings and hovered above Greystone Town. Its pitch-black eyes were like a pair of dull graphite balls, looking down at the world with indifference. It coldly stared at the city, but it gave people the illusion that this pair of terrifying eyes was looking down at them from above. This huge monster was almost half the size of the town, and the flowing flames under its wings were like a cloud of fire. The turbulence carried specks of golden light, and after the fragmented light descended, the entire area was plunged into a sea of fire. The streets were burning, creaking and groaning. "Medisha, are we going to die? Medisha, Medisha, is it coming to eat us? Medisha, will Brando come to save us? Will Brando be eaten too?" "Forget it, the Roman doesn't need Brando to save us. Brando, run. Run as far as you can." Romaine was scared out of her wits, and Medisha bit her lower lip as she stared at this scene. Beside her, Nasha had already fainted, Yenid was hugging herself in tears, and Dilfari was hiding in the embrace of her cowgirl knight. Eek was trembling as she unsheathed her sword, and Marjorie was guarding the Duke's daughter. Out of everyone, only the nun Princess Magadol was unaffected, and even she felt that it was a little strange. The silver elf princess was like a taut bowstring, ready to fight to the death at any time, but at this moment, she let out a soft gasp. Another aura was rising from Rove's compass. It was weak at first, like a candle in the wind, but it grew rapidly, and in an instant, it was able to match the aura descending from the sky. From bottom to top, it actually pushed back the aura of the black dragon that occupied the sky. "I didn't expect you to be hiding here, Mithril." In mid-air, a thunderous voice rumbled, with contempt and a hint of mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. Obsidian. An angry voice resounded throughout Greystone Town. The source of the voice came from Rove's compass, the small wooden house that was drifting in the wind. The wooden house seemed to be under an unimaginable pressure, and it was creaking. Its wooden walls, floor, door, and windows were all trembling, as if it would fall apart at any time. The aura of the white-robed woman was exploding uncontrollably. She looked at the others with pity, and tried her best to suppress the violent energy in her body. With difficulty, she reminded them, "Run for your lives." The last syllable of her sentence turned into a distant roar. She stretched her neck and let out a long roar. Silver wings grew out from her back, and her limbs turned into sharp claws covered with fine and solid scales. Her white robe was torn apart inch by inch, revealing the body of a dragon. A tail also grew out from between her legs. When she turned her head again, she had completely taken the form of a dragon. Under everyone's horrified gaze, this silver dragon was rapidly growing. It broke through the corridor, the roof of the wooden house, and stepped on the floor. Everyone in the corridor slid down with the collapsed floor. Delphian screamed and fell down the stairs. The little elf dizzily fell forward and hit her forehead on the door frame. Ouch! She flailed her arms and legs in an attempt to grab hold of something, and ended up grabbing hold of Sydney's tail and dragging her down, screaming. Effie, Sullens, and two of Delphine's guards were all grasping at the nearest obstacle, but to no avail. After a sharp groan, Rove's compass was completely torn apart. Bricks and planks, dust and pillars all broke and collapsed, turning into dust and debris. In an instant, the place was turned into ruins. Above the ruins, a gigantic and elegant creature was spreading its wings. The dust and tiles on its wings fell to the ground like rain. Roman and Kiera looked up in a daze at the pair of wings that blotted out the sky as it rose higher and higher. When the silver curtain was fully spread out, it almost covered a few streets nearby. Both of their mouths were slightly agape. The silver dragon had become incomparably huge, occupying a few streets. Its silver body shone under the moonlight, and its scales seemed to be enveloped by a sacred and inviolable halo. She raised her head and looked at the black dragon in the sky with her mercury-like eyes. Obsidian, I'll ask you one more time. Why did you break your oath and leave Georgandy Ridge? The woman's cold voice echoed in the sky above Greystone Town. It even crossed the valley and spread in all directions, spreading to the nearby hills. 1 or 2 miles away, in the center of the old city, Brando witnessed everything more clearly. He saw the shadow in the sky return and descend over Greystone Town. An aura that was comparable to the shadow rose from the city. In an instant, a silver dragon appeared out of thin air a few streets away and confronted the shadow. Yutta and Tia were speechless. Sir Cooper was walking out of the temple with Earl Alcorn, who was covered in wounds. When he saw the scene, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt down. "Oh, Martha, what's going on?" Cooper screamed. Brando did not know what was going on. What was going on in Greystone Town? "Medisha, answer me quickly," he shouted nervously through the spiritual link. "My lord." Medisha replied with some difficulty. "Where are you?" Brando asked nervously. "I'm here." "You should have seen it." "I'm right here." Medisha glanced at the scenery outside that mortals might not see once in their lives. Brando was silent for a moment. "Are you all okay?" Fortunately, the target of the two dragons should be each other. We hid well and did not attract their attention for the time being. "Is it Brando?" Brando could sense the Roman voice in Medisha's senses. The silver elf princess waved her hand at her, motioning her not to make a sound. Medisha's words made Brando feel a little relieved. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any way to enter the secret passage now?" "I'm afraid it will be very difficult," Medisa replied. "That silver dragon is on Rove's compass, but it's already turned into ruins. It's hard to say if we can find the entrance to the secret passage. I can only wait for them to fight before I can confirm it." "Is it dangerous?" "It's fine. Don't worry, my lord, I'll protect myself. If there's any danger, find a way to return to the portal. I know. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Brando picked up the trembling Cooper. Come with me, take me to Rove's compass. Sir Cooper was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He struggled desperately and said, My lord, you're crazy. I'm not crazy. Maynard, take Earl Alcorn, Yutta, and Falerne with you. Keep an eye on that rat. I have something to ask it. Mr. Walton, you can tell the nobles in the tomb that the plan has changed. We have to carry out Plan B. They can leave or stay, but I won't send them out of the city. He paused for a moment. This sentence applies to you too. Walton looked at Cooper, who was in Brando's hand, and shook his head helplessly. Do we have a plan B? The Nightsong Tiger asked in confusion. Now we do. Brando replied. My lord, Medisha helplessly realized that Brando had unilaterally cut off the telepathic connection. She sighed and felt slightly moved. Obsidian, I haven't heard this name for a long time. I used to regret losing it. At this moment, the voice in the sky was still thundering. But Mithril, it's a pity that it's not now. You were so arrogant in Semillion, but now? You're like a stray dog. You shouldn't have appeared. Only death awaits you. Obsidian, it's you who deserve to die. Have you forgotten the sacred agreement? How dare you participate in the war of the mortal world? The three of you are crazy. You've made one mistake after another. Only the harshest punishment awaits you. The silver dragon proudly raised its head and replied coldly. Punishment? Malthus sneered. Who will carry it out? The ancients thought that they could avoid the disaster by living in seclusion. How sad and ridiculous. Me. You? There was a hint of mockery in Malthus's voice. Have you fully recovered, Mithril? Mithril let out a roar and spread her silver wings. The earth trembled slightly as she shot into the sky like an arrow, heading straight for Malthus. The wind pressure produced by the dragon's wings created a terrible storm in half of the town. Everyone in the vicinity was blown away. Rows of houses groaned in the wind. The slightly older buildings were almost uprooted. The loose walls and roofs disintegrated into countless fragments like butterflies in the storm. The two dragons collided in midair. At that moment, the whole sky seemed to be shining with the brilliance of the lines of law. Half of the night sky was densely covered with golden flame patterns, and the other half flashed with layers of overlapping pale silver networks. The two completely different scenes completely enveloped the entire Greystone town and spread in all directions. With the two dragons as the epicenter, there seemed to be a moment of delay before a shockwave swept across the entire town. At that moment, Greystone town seemed to have suffered a terrible earthquake. The buildings on both sides of the street collapsed layer by layer like dominoes. Roman was lifted up by the sudden shockwave with a boom sound, heavily slamming into Chiara, who was behind him. The two of them rolled out together and then lost consciousness. Medisha's law of psionic power automatically took effect at the moment of impact, interweaving a gray net of light. But it was useless. She was also pushed into a collapsed house with a groan. The nobles were even more chaotic. Because they did not have elemental power, they were much less affected by the counterattack. However, they were still thrown from side to side. Many of them were even blown out of the windows and landed heavily on the street outside. At the center of the impact, Rove's compass was even more unlucky. The bread shop, which was already in ruins, was blown into the sky by the airflow. The people buried below were immediately dug out by the cyclone and thrown in all directions. Xianni almost screamed as she pulled the elf's cloak out of the cyclone. Delphian crashed into the wall of a building on the opposite side. Fortunately, it was a wooden wall. The Prime Minister's daughter crashed into it with a crack and was lucky not to become a large meat patty. However, her two guards were not so lucky. One of them was thrown dozens of meters away and landed heavily on the ground. The other's head was cut in half by a tile and became a corpse before it fell to the ground. Solons grabbed onto a pillar at the critical moment to avoid the tragedy of being sent to the sky. The young man called F was slightly less lucky and fell directly from the second floor of a nearby house. Only one of them was the luckiest. The dwarf, Boris Anvil, roared, "Who woke me up in the middle of the night?" Then, with a splash, he fell into a nearby tributary of the Milky Way and bubbled a few times. The clouds in the sky rolled back layer by layer, forming a huge hole in the sky. Endless starlight poured down from the hole. The whole city was covered in snow silver. P.S. Continue to ask for monthly votes. It's almost the end of the month. You know. Chapter 935. The two dragons were fighting in the sky above Greystone Town. The shockwaves from the clash of the laws had destroyed more than half of the town in an instant. Several streets were engulfed in flames, and the fire spread further and further with the help of the wind. More buildings had collapsed, and the streets were filled with cracks like broken waves. It was as if the town had experienced a terrible earthquake. It took Sunil a lot of effort to drag the elf out of the center of the battle. Suddenly, a spear-like object flew towards her. Sunil let out a scream and hurriedly let go of the elf. The spear flew between the two of them, and the elf was thrown to the ground. Sunil let out a cry of pain and finally woke up in a daze. Maltha spat fire in the air. The fireball hit Mithril's wings and exploded into sparks. The silver dragon roared in pain and rolled for nearly 100 meters before regaining her balance. Another fireball brushed past her tail and hit a wooden house near the center of the battle. The scorching air and the shockwave of the explosion blew the elf, who had just gotten up from the ground, a few somersaults. She flew across the ruins of a house and was finally stopped by something stuck in the ground. The elf covered her red forehead with tears in her eyes as she got up from the ground. She opened her mouth slightly and found that the thing that stopped her was a silver spear stuck in the ground. The spear didn't look like an ornament in a noble house. Even after such a violent explosion, it didn't leave a single scratch on it. The spear was shining with a silver light. From top to bottom, the spear was engraved with scenes from heaven to hell. Clouds and light, holy and beautiful, naked angels, ugly demons and original sins, and the flames of hell. On the shaft of the spear was a pair of angel wings made of mithril. The spear was stuck in the ground upside down. The blade was flat and 4 fingers wide, like a sharp sword. The edge of the blade was as clean as new, as if it had just been quenched in a forge. Treasure. The little elf's eyes immediately emitted a dazzling brilliance. For a moment, she even forgot about the danger above her head. She quickly stretched out her hands to pull the spear out of the stone slab. Unfortunately, her small body was not even 2/3 the height of the spear. Even after using all her strength, she could not move it at all. But at this time, a crystal-like icicle shot from the top of her head and hit her wide cloak. The impact of the icicle directly pulled the little elf up from the ground with a scream. Together with her spear, she was directly dragged out and nailed to a nearby wooden stake. Damn thief! The young man next to the Prime Minister's daughter appeared from the second floor of a nearby building, his body covered in injuries. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the little elf. "You are the thief." The little elf was very angry and immediately retorted, "The little elf is Nightingale." Then, she desperately tried to pull out the icicle above her head. That icicle had nailed her cloak to a crooked wooden stake, hanging her in midair. She twisted and turned for a long time, but her short little hands still couldn't reach the icicle. She was so anxious that her little face turned red. Seeing this scene, Ev couldn't help but laugh. "Who told you to be stubborn?" He raised his right hand, a ball of ice was floating in the middle of his palm, and then he shouted at the little elf, "Quickly put down the thing in your hand, and I will spare your life." The little elf was a little scared, but she was even more angry. She pulled her lower eyelid with her index finger, stuck out her tongue at him, and made a face, "No way. You deserve to die." Ev shouted, flustered and exasperated. He reached out his hand and was about to cast a spell. "Xianni, don't wait, quickly catch him." the little elf hurriedly shouted. Ev was startled, and hurriedly looked back, but behind him was a dark room, and there was no sign of Xianni. He immediately realized that he had been fooled, and when he turned his head, he found that there was only an empty cloak left on the wooden stake. The little elf had already drilled out of the cloak and ran far away. The young man immediately felt that his intelligence had been severely damaged. He was so angry that he didn't care that he was a weak elementalist, and directly jumped down from the second floor. He screamed as he fell, and only then did he limp up from the ground. He gritted his teeth and chased after the little elf. At this time, Solons came out from the other side of the ruins. Seeing his companion in such a sorry state, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Ev, what happened to you? Did you see the young mistress?" "I don't know where the young mistress is either." Ev gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Quickly catch that damned brat. She stole our demon slayer spear." Solons was shocked. The demon slayer spear was the family heirloom of the Floyds. Count Floyd had only lent it to them because his mistress was the fiancée of Viscount Elman Floyd. If it was stolen, the reputation of the Prime Minister's family would be ruined. He hurriedly unsheathed his two-handed sword and chased after the little elf. When the little elf turned back and saw that there was one more person chasing after her, and one of them was the ferocious-looking fellow who had caught Xianni, she couldn't help but be scared out of her wits. Inwardly, she complained that Xianni hadn't come to save her yet. She ran for her life until she was out of breath. She was gasping for air, her face pale. Suddenly, she heard the sound of wind coming from the darkness. It sounded like the sound of wings flapping. She became alert and shouted happily, "Xianni, you're here to save me. Don't think this trick will work again." When Ev heard the little elf repeat her old trick, he was almost angered to death. She simply looked down on him too much. In any case, he was also a dignified magician, not one of those rude and ignorant barbarian beasts on the border. A fireball had already appeared in his hand, and he was ready to blow the little elf up. Solons grabbed him and said, "Careful, there's something up ahead. Don't listen to her nonsense." Ev was about to go crazy. He pushed Solons away and said, "She," but the latter half of his sentence was drowned out by a sharp whistle. His eyes widened. Suddenly, he saw a pair of huge fleshy wings in the darkness ahead of him, followed by a terrifying face. Under the two pairs of huge horns, there were long and narrow emerald-like eyes shining fiercely. On top of the thick black scales, there were horny bone plates that looked like a swarm of bees. Strong and powerful limbs, sharp claws, and a huge bloody mouth that was filled with golden flames. Dragon. The young man didn't even have time to say a word before he was completely submerged in a sea of fire. Solons watched as his companion's skin peeled off in front of him, revealing burning muscles, bones, and internal organs. Then the blood evaporated and turned into ashes. He was stunned for a moment. The terrifying monster spat out flames and swept across the sky, turning the whole street into a sea of fire. In the dark night, many such dragon beasts were descending from the sky. They spiraled into Greystone Town and spat out fireballs to set the streets ablaze. They whistled as they flew over the fire, creating a hellish scene. "Get out of my way!" Brando roared. The icy blue sword in his hand flashed with a long and narrow light, and a dragon beast that was charging at him was cut in half. He carried Cooper and moved forward without any hindrance. The dragon beast that was cut in half fell to the sides and crashed into the buildings on both sides. Like a cannonball, the buildings made of wood and stone collapsed. Cooper looked at the scene with his mouth agape. He finally had a clear understanding of the Count's strength. That was a ridgetop dragon, a grade 7 creature of Jorgandi Ridge. It couldn't even withstand a single blow from Brando. Brando walked on the street filled with blood. The frost chant Cinna in his hand dripped with the same color. Behind him was a sea of fire, and the golden flames shone brightly on the river of blood. Walton followed behind him with mixed feelings. Count Alcorn and the other nobles of Cruz who were rescued from the tomb were behind him. Except for the Count, who was over 50 years old and still looked calm, most of the others were trembling in fear. From time to time, they would look up at the two dragons fighting in the sky. From time to time, there would be flaming harpies falling from above, leaving long flaming trails behind them. Sometimes, there would be screaming cavemen fleeing in all directions. But no one cared. Everyone thought they were crazy, but no one dared to fall half a step behind. How far is it? You can see it when you turn the corner. Someone among the nobles suddenly screamed. Brando looked up and saw the silver dragon falling from the sky. Medisha pushed away the collapsed wall with a crash. She coughed loudly and shouted in the smoke, "Miss Roman, Your Highness, are you okay?" After a moment, a weak voice replied, "I'm fine, Sister Medisha." Two figures walked out from behind the smoke, one tall and one short. The tall one was Medusa Lysimachia. She had a bloody wound on her arm, while the little prince was unharmed. "Where's the Roman? I didn't see her." "Where's Miss Chiara?" "Princess Magadal." "I'm fine." The nun princess replied softly. Cries could be heard in the darkness. Some were dead, some were injured. Everyone stood up weakly and tried to find the nearest person. Medisha quickly found Eek, Sergeant Marjorie, Duke's daughter Eugenie, Dilferi and her knight Nia, Enid and Judith, and finally Nasha. The others also gathered together one after another. Other than Marjorie, who was slightly injured, the knight of the inner court was the most seriously injured. A sharp shard pierced her lung. When she was found, she was already unconscious and had a fever. She was mumbling something in a daze. The nobles of Cruz suffered heavy losses. 7 or 8 of them died. Some of them were missing an arm or a leg. If they did not receive timely treatment, they would not live for more than a few days. Most of the others were also injured. Most of them were depressed, and many even fell into despair. After counting the number of people, Medisha found that Roman and Chiara could not be found. The latter was fine, but the former was the fiancé of the Lord and one of her few human friends. She panicked and ordered everyone to spread out to find the whereabouts of the merchant lady and the king's eldest son's sister. But in the end, they got a clue from the sobbing daughter of the Grenoir's family. Before the explosion, Sister Roman and Sister Chiara were in front of me. The little girl replied softly, sobbing. Following that, the others began to recall the scene one after another. Bloomfield, the deputy commander of the Solstice Knights, found the place where Roman and Chiara were last seen according to everyone's description. They dug up the rubble and found a dark hole below. "This is a secret passage." Blomfield was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Are Sister Roman and the others down there?" The little prince asked worriedly. "It's sealed down there." Medusa's prismatic vertical pupils shone in the darkness. She only glanced at the secret passage and replied indifferently. Medisha did not speak. She was an undead, and darkness was no obstacle for her. What Lysimachia could see was naturally not difficult for her. "Find a way to dig it out," she replied. A hand pressed down on her hand in the darkness. Medisha was slightly startled. She turned around and saw the Duke's daughter looking at her with bright eyes. "Miss Medisha, we can't do that. The nobles of Cruz are very emotional and can cause trouble at any time. The injured also need to be treated. This is the center of the battlefield. There are 2 dragons. We can't stay here for long. I don't know what the commander told you, but we have to move now." Medisha's eyes showed hesitation, and she gently bit her lower lip. The battle outside didn't stop for even a moment. The fire continued to spread, and from time to time, golden rays of light would seep in from the cracks of the ruins. The dry wood crackled in the flames, and the temperature was rising every moment. The dragon flew over the streets, causing the already shaky buildings to creak as if they would collapse at any moment. In such an environment, everyone's nerves were stretched tight. Injury and despair could make people collapse at any time and do unreasonable things. Brando had also ordered her to return to the portal, but the problem was, what about Miss Roman? Eugenie said again, "Let Mr. Eckert and Her Royal Highness take the others and move." I will stay with you to find Miss Roman. Medisha looked at her in surprise. Miss Eugenie, you, Miss Medisha, you are that person's subordinate, and I am a member of the diplomatic team. I will stay and represent Erewhon's diplomatic team. This is my duty. The Duke's daughter calmly replied, Don't worry, I will never accept the reputation of the diplomatic team abandoning their members to escape alone. I'll stay too. Petty Officer Marjorie suddenly replied. The Duke's daughter turned around and glared at him in annoyance. Miss Medisha, I alone will be enough. Medisha looked at the two, especially Marjorie's wound, and couldn't help but smile. If that's the case, I'm afraid Mr. Marjorie won't agree. Then let's do as Miss Eugenie says. Leave the outside matters to Mr. Eckert and Commander Bloomfield. We will stay and look for Miss Roman and Miss Chiara. In the darkness, Eugenie and Marjorie's faces blushed when they saw the silver elf princess's teasing gaze. The little elf opened her mouth wide and looked up at the group of dragons flying over her head. After the dragons flew past and turned Effie into ashes, they circled around in the air and then slowly landed in front of her. They flapped their wings twice and landed heavily on the ground. They stared at this little dot with ominous glints in their eyes. The little elf covered the dust with her hands and coughed. She looked at the big guy through the gaps between her fingers. After a while, she asked in surprise, How did you become so big? The dragon beast shook its huge head and slowly approached her. It seemed to have noticed that the other party was not afraid at all. Suddenly, it felt that its dignity had been challenged. It spread its wings and let out a deafening roar at the little thing. The little elf screamed and covered her ears, as if she was shivering in a storm. She closed her eyes and angrily shouted, How dare you shout at me, Judy? I will never talk to you again. You are so bad. This time, it was the dragon beast's turn to be puzzled. The dragon beast was a race of inferior dragons, but it was slightly more intelligent than the viper dragons. Even with its huge brain, it couldn't understand why this little thing dared to yell at it. If it could, it almost wanted to scratch its head, wondering how this little thing could pose a threat to it, and why it dared to stand in front of it so fearlessly. But the dragon was not a race with true intelligence, so it couldn't understand the cause and effect of this. It couldn't figure it out for a while, so it decided to follow its primitive instinct and spit out a flame towards the little elf. In its simpler logic, if it burned to death, then it was an enemy it could provoke, and if it couldn't burn to death, then it had to consider making way. A wisp of flame from the ridged dragon beast was just a fireball the size of a small house for the little elf, but when she saw the golden flame pressing towards her, she was stunned. Judy wanted to kill her. Little elf. You're a complete idiot. How is that ugly, stupid, and dull fellow like me? With a shriek, a black shadow flew out of nowhere and headbutt the little elf. Then, the two of them rolled into a ball and rolled out of the range of the fireball. With a loud bang, the fireball hit the ground and exploded. Scorching hot air swept across the street, and the two guys rolling together were sent flying several meters away by the shockwave. Only then did they come to a stop amidst a series of screams. The little elf tearfully hugged the thing that hit her and said happily, Judy, I knew you wouldn't kill me. You are so good. Get out of here, you naughty brat. Judy angrily swept her tail across the little elf's face. P.S. Friends who have been following Amber for a long time, there are only 2 days left until I achieve my record of 3 months of continuous updates. Your encouragement is my motivation for writing, the more votes the better. Chapter 936. The outcome of the battle in the air was decided at this moment. Silver Dragon Mithril's body was not at an advantage to begin with, and the injuries from before had seriously affected her speed. After being hit repeatedly, she finally could not hold on any longer, and her movements were obviously delayed for a moment. The huge black dragon took the opportunity to swing her tail from above and hit Mithril's waist. Mithril let out a cry and fell from the sky with wounds all over her body. She crashed to the ground, and her huge body flattened several streets in an instant. At that moment, Greystone Town seemed to let out a cry of pain. The ground sank layer by layer in all directions, and the houses collapsed one after another. The falling mithril pushed forward on the ground, and the remaining momentum did not dissipate. Large and small buildings were crushed under her body, and half of Greystone Town was destroyed like a bulldozer. She was about to reach the street where Rove's compass was located. Erwin's envoy group, who was preparing to move, felt the world collapse. Everyone lost their footing and fell to the ground. Amidst the chaos and screams, the people near the windows watched in despair as a shadow pressed down on them. The scene looked very much like a tsunami, except that it was replaced by a broad silver back. Rows of houses collapsed under the back of this back, and then they were sucked in. When the last row of buildings collapsed, the shadow of death was almost in front of them. The nobles panicked and left the buildings like ants, fleeing in all directions. But how could they be faster than a falling dragon? Running away was just to delay the time of death for a moment. A terrifying creaking sound came from the house. One of the walls had completely collapsed under the pressure. Enide, who was under the wall, was already scared stiff. This count's daughter stood there in a daze. She even forgot to dodge when she saw this scene. Enide, dodge! Eugenie shouted. The latter was indifferent. Medisha rushed out at the critical moment. Wings of spirituality! She shouted, and a grayish-white net spread out from both sides of her body. The flashing hexagonal structure formed the shape of wings. The silver elven princess clenched her teeth and waved, and the tips of the wings on both sides bent towards the middle, blocking the collapsing wall in front of Enide. The wall was smashed into pieces, and the ground rumbled. In an instant, Mithril's back broke through the wall and collided with Medisha's wings. Medisha let out a whimper. She had indirectly blocked the power of the black dragon Malthus, which came from the full power of the sage. Even though much of it had dissipated, it was still not something her law could withstand. The moment the wings supported Mithril's body, the hexagonal structure immediately began to bend and deform, and then revealed white cracks. The fire of the soul. Arg! Enide seemed to have just woken up. Medisha! The count's daughter shouted in panic. At this time, a second person finally rushed out. It was Eek. Miss Medisha, let me help you. Then the White Lion Knights, followed by Marjorie, the deputy commander of the Summer Solstice Knight Regiment, Bloomfield, and the rest of the Summer Solstice Knights. Everyone rushed up and used all their strength to block Mithril's back. But other than Bloomfield, the strength of humans was so weak in front of a battle of this level that everyone was sent flying. Nia. Dilferi's forehead was full of cold sweat. She reminded loudly, "Hold me." "Miss, you can't." Dilferi had already put her hand on her chest. Dark spells flashed on her snow-white arm one after another. She reached out and pointed at the broad back of the silver dragon. Black flames seemed to burn from her chest. It burned fiercely and formed the upper body of a huge demon. The demon howled and waved its arms, pushing Mithril's back heavily. The power of this blow was so strong that even the silver wall trembled slightly. It was a spell, Banuk's Claw. This demonic spell could instantly summon the power of the seventh lord of the Sulphur River, Banuk, the king of the Blackfire Abyss. But like all other demonic spells, the backlash was just as strong. Dilferi was already weak, and now she vomited blood and fainted directly. Her spell finally worked. Medisha's pressure was relieved a little, and she finally had time to cast a spell. Inspire. The Planeswalker's Law was activated. Bright white light rose from everyone nearby. Medisha's broken wings were about to solidify in this white light, and Mithril's momentum finally slowed down. Just a little more. Eek shouted loudly. The Silver Elf Princess could only tremble. The power of the dragon seemed to be endless, and it made her feel almost hopeless. At this time, a hand appeared beside her out of thin air. The hand gently pressed on the silver dragon's back, and the whole space seemed to tremble slightly. Countless silver lines spread out from the point of contact between the hand and the silver dragon's back. These lines intertwined with each other and shone faintly, forming a huge net. Mithril crashed into the net, and at that moment, a sharp wind formed into a sharp whistling sound. The silver net shone with a dazzling light, but that was all. Everyone was surprised to see Mithril slowly come to a stop. Medisha completely relaxed the moment she saw the hand. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. Her body went limp, and she almost fell to her knees. Before she fell, a hand supported her, and then Brando's face appeared in her vision. The latter looked at the sky with a cold face, and then looked down at the little princess who was summoned by him. "My lord." The silver elf princess was so weak that she could barely speak. "Didn't I ask you to leave early?" Brando looked at Medisha's injuries with some heartache, but more than that, he was angry. "But Miss Roman, she's fine." Brando interrupted her and said, "Come, let's take the others and leave this place first." Medisha was slightly stunned. She saw a hamster standing on Brando's shoulder. The hamster's appearance was very ordinary, but the breath of the soul was very familiar. She widened her eyes and said, "White Mist. How did you become like this?" White Mist snorted softly, obviously disdaining to answer the question. Seeing White Mist, Medisha knew that Roman was probably out of danger. White Mist was most likely a messenger. She sighed in relief and nodded weakly to Brando. Regarding Medisha's condition, Brando frowned. He held the little princess and asked softly, "Can you still stand in your current condition?" Medisha's face was slightly red. The fire of the soul in her body was quite serious. This was similar to a living person who had exhausted their physical strength, but she still nodded gently. Brando sighed and said, "Don't try to be brave." After saying that, he bent down and put his hand through the little princess's knees and directly carried her up. Medisha immediately raised her head and smiled at Brando, who was holding her. "Thank you, my lord. You're much more generous than Amandina," Brando said in surprise. "After all, I am the commander of the Silver Elves, my lord," Medisha said in her heart. She was starting to feel very tired. She gently leaned her head on her lord's chest and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Brando looked at the silver elven girl in his arms and sighed. He told Medisha that he would take the others away, but that was only a consolation. The battle between the two dragons had completely destroyed Greystone Town. Now that they had nowhere to hide, they could only hope that the silver dragon would continue to attract Malthus's attention. But lying in the ruins, Mithril tried to stand up a few times, but in the end, she fell back down heavily. Malthus looked down at Greystone Town coldly from the sky. Noticing the puny humans below, he did not want to do it himself. He only signaled for the ridge dragons to circle down and surround the pitiful creatures in his eyes. Brando saw this scene and felt that he was unlucky. He thought of a way to escape while he had Cooper gather the nobles of Cruz. He also had Eek bring the injured away first. He turned around and unsheathed his sword at the same time as Maynard, facing the dragons in the sky. These dragons were nothing to him, but he knew how prideful dragons were. Malthus might not want to deal with them personally, but he would not let them escape. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it would be to escape under the watchful eyes of an adult dragon. There was only one thing he could do now. He subconsciously looked at the wounded silver dragon Mithril. "Human, we need to work together." At this moment, a voice sounded in their minds. Brando was a little surprised. He did not expect Mithril to have the same idea as him. In his impression, the pride of the dragons would not allow them to lower themselves like this. He looked up and met Mithril's gaze. There was a gentle light in the silver dragon's mercury-like eyes. Mithril was covered in blood. The scales on her back and wings were a mess of flesh and blood. She panted heavily and said softly, "Malthus will not let you go, human. Help me buy some time. As long as I can fly, I can find a way to lure him away." By time? Brando was a little confused. He looked up at Malthus. That was a dragon. His teacher Mephisto might be able to do it, but he was not even enough to fill the gap between Malthus' teeth. "I don't think I can do it, esteemed lady." Brando could only answer honestly. Mithril shook her head and suddenly said, "No, I think you can do it. I have seen the same power as you in someone. About 1,000 years ago, I saw that person in the Silver Sea. At that time, he was just a young wizard among the Bugas. Do you know who he is now?" Brando of course knew who that person was. That name was probably known by everyone in Wonde. He did not expect the dragon lady to compare him to that person. He did not know if it was a compliment. In the sky, a swarm of dragons was flying in their direction. "I really can't buy time for you, esteemed lady. This is not a game I can participate in." Brando shook his head. As he spoke, he took out a strange dial from his pocket. "But I think there is room for us to work together." "The elapsing needle!" Mithril exclaimed. "You really didn't misjudge me." Brando looked at the sky. "Now there is another problem. The elapsing needle can only accelerate me and the creatures or objects I come into contact with. How do I get to your side without attracting that guy's attention? It's better to be fast. My people can't stop those dragons." "That's easy," Mithril replied. She moved slightly on the ruins, and her huge wings drooped down to cover Brando. "I can only accelerate time for you for about 5 minutes. Is that enough, esteemed lady?" Brando did some calculations. If he carried Mithril with him for 5 minutes, he would lose at least 2 levels. But at this time, he had no choice. The silver dragon did some calculations and nodded. "It's a little less, but I think it's enough for me to recover." Brando nodded. Time was limited, so he did not waste any more time. He placed his hand on Mithril's wings and activated the elapsing needle. The draconic beasts had already arrived, and what greeted them were gargoyles. The gargoyles shrieked as they launched a suicidal attack on the top-tier air force. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that the moment they clashed, the gargoyles' mutilated corpses fell like rain. Malthus looked on with interest. He did not expect the humans to have the means to resist, but that was all. He was not worried that these pitiful creatures could change the outcome of the battle. On the battlefield, the Shia Knight and the White Lion Guards quickly joined the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, other people were also facing the threat of the dragons. Xianmi and the little fairies dodging completely enraged the ridgeback drake. It let out an earth-shattering roar and flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of wind as it pounced towards the two of them. It no longer played the game of cat and mouse. Instead, it opened its gaping maw and bit towards the little fairy. The little elf and Sydney screamed at the same time. They scrambled to their feet, turned around, and ran, but their movements were no match for the gigantic dragon. The dragon roared angrily, and the pungent breath from its mouth blew the two of them off balance. The little elf was so scared that she started crying. Her legs gave way, and she tripped over herself. She turned around and saw the rows of white teeth in the dragon's mouth. She screamed and closed her eyes, and raised her small hands to protect herself. "Mom! There's a monster that wants to eat me!" the elf screamed. Suddenly, she felt a slight heat in her palms, as if there was a powerful force coming from the front. The counterforce blew her off the ground and sent her flying for more than 10 meters before she fell face first on the ground. The elf looked up, dumbfounded. Her face was covered in dirt and mud. Her forehead was red, and she even had a nosebleed. But her eyes were wide open as she looked in front of her. There, a headless dragon was on the verge of collapse. Its neck seemed to have been cut off by something, leaving only a charred hole. Rotten flesh, bones, and broken organs could be seen in the hole. Dirty blood spurted out like lava, covering the entire street. The headless dragon staggered forward a few steps before it fell heavily to the ground. The sound of the dragon beast falling to the ground was so loud that the little elf trembled on the ground. The elf stared blankly at the dragon's body, then at her own hands. Finally, her eyes fell on the spear that she had been holding tightly. Her mouth was wide open, and she couldn't close it. At this time, Xianni finally flapped her wings and flew back to the former side. She was obviously scared out of her wits. She had only seen a flash of white light, and then the behemoth had been beheaded. She didn't know what had happened, so she shouted, "What happened? What was that? Damn elf, did you steal the bow of the world again?" "No, no." The elf hurriedly explained, "It's this." Both of their eyes fell on the spear. The silver spear was slightly different from before. The top part of the pattern on the spear was shining and had turned into a conspicuous golden color. "What's this?" Sydney asked. "I don't know." The elf shook her head blankly, but a bad guy said that it belonged to them. "Bad guy? Those bad guys who came to catch you," the elf said indignantly. "I see." Sydney suddenly realized. She spread her wings and flew around the elf's head. She answered excitedly, "This is the Demon Slayer spear they were talking about." Demon Slayer spear? The elf had never heard of this name before. "I've read about it in the legends of the Cruise people. This is the spear of the legendary knight Sir Floyd. He used this spear to fight in hell. The spear was stained with the blood of demons. This spear is a genuine subdivine weapon." Sydney said enviously, "You're so lucky, little elf. How did you manage to use it?" "I don't know. I was so scared at that time, just like this." Before she could finish her words, the spear in her hands suddenly trembled. A thin white line extended from the tip of the spear and pointed to the street in front of them. The two looked up at the same time. P.S. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 938. Protect that silver dragon. Don't let them get close to her. The battle in the sky was reaching its climax. The draconic beasts circled around Mithril's gigantic body. They flew lower and lower, circling like low-hanging dark clouds. Only the female knight's voice could be heard clearly above the din of the battlefield. Under her command, the stone statues began to move. The gargoyles continued to attack the dragon beasts. It was as if two dark clouds were violently colliding with each other. There was no loud bang, but there was a mixture of golden flames instead of lightning and thunder. The remains of the gargoyles fell down like rain, and from time to time, a huge monster would fall from the sky and crash to the ground. The ground trembled from time to time. When the silver dragon Mithril landed, it had turned the nearby streets into flat ruins. However, there was still a circle of surviving buildings around the empty area. The Knights of the Solstice Knights and the White Lion Guards climbed up these buildings and helped the gargoyles fight on the roofs. They built a temporary and stable line of defense. At least for the time being, they could still hold the dragon back. They blocked the periphery of the ruins. Their casualties were also heavy. From time to time, fireballs would fall from the sky and hit these isolated buildings. A dazzling fire would rise in the darkness, often representing the loss of several lives. The little prince and the weak nobles had already been moved to a safer place by Dilfari and Princess Magadal, leaving only a few who still dared to fight. Eek and Yuta temporarily assumed the position of commander of the White Lion Guards, taking over the position of the unconscious Medisha. Unexpectedly, the Duke's daughter insisted on staying with Marjorie. Because she knew some basic healing spells. The deputy commander of the Summer Solstice Knights, Bromfield, also agreed to her request. Just hold on for a minute. Silver Dragon Mithril lay quietly on top of the ruins. Her wings drooped, and her slender neck curled up. She narrowed her eyes and watched the battle in the air. Only when a draconic beast breached the defense line and got too close would she raise her head and spit out a mouthful of silver holy flames to burn it to ashes. The gargoyles in the sky were not lacking in intelligence. These Bugha's creations gradually discovered this detail and began to consciously lead the dragons to the top of the ruins. Although Mithril's holy flames would inevitably cause collateral damage, the Grade 4 gargoyles were far weaker than the Grade 7 ridgeback dragons. Even if they led the dragons to crash into the Silver Dragon Lady and perish together, it was still better than fighting them head-on. The ratio of exchange was 10-1. Mithril was slightly annoyed by the gargoyles' actions. She spoke to Brendel telepathically, these toys of yours belong to the Bugas, right? If they dared to do this on any other day, I would have burned them all to ashes. Brendel nodded. It turned out that before the Slate War, Won's best air force had become toys. Only a dragon would dare to say such a thing. Brando pretended not to hear it to avoid getting angry. He only replied, "Don't forget that they are protecting you. Also, don't attack anymore. The time distortion will speed up your movements. Be careful not to be seen by that guy in the sky. But your toys are going to be a huge loss. Is that okay?" Brando was naturally heartbroken. The more than 1,000 gargoyles that the Bugas had given him were the real deal, not the monkey versions that were usually sold outside. After this battle, he would probably lose more than half of them. Although the steel marionette and the gargoyles were originally intended to be used in the Holy War, his imaginary enemy was the Lion Men of Toquinen. If he had known that he would have to face the Ridgeback dragons, he would have asked for more. He would have probably asked for 3,000 gargoyles instead of 1,000. The problem was, he had no choice but to do so. Brando shook his head, not in the mood to answer. Mithril looked at him and said, "Don't worry, human. If you survive, I will let you go to my treasury and choose a treasure. I promise that its value will not be less than your losses today." Brando's heart skipped a beat. After all, it was the treasure of the dragons. There was a legend in Wone that said the treasure of the dragons was the treasury of the kingdom. In other words, the treasure of a dragon was even comparable to the wealth of a kingdom. These two treasures, together with the ancient ruins buried underground, could be said to be the three ultimate treasures in the Amber Sword. Any one of the three would be enough to make an adventurer rich. The dragons were obsessed with treasures. Every single dragon knew their wealth like the back of their hand. Even if someone were to steal a single gold coin from them, they would immediately discover it. Needless to say, the kingdom's treasury was heavily guarded. Naturally, it would be heavily guarded by the army. Not only that, the dragons were obsessed with treasures. Dragons were obsessed with treasures. Every single dragon knew their own wealth like the back of their hand. Even if someone were to steal a single gold coin from them, they would immediately discover it. As for the ancient ruins, they were even more elusive. In the entire south of Erewhon, Brando had only heard of one that was successfully excavated in Valhalla. Mithril was an adult dragon, and it went without saying how rich her treasures were. There must be a lot of good things in there, and there might even be subdivine artifacts. Even if he couldn't choose freely, as long as he could get a high-grade artifact, it would be enough for him to benefit for a period of time. But he immediately calmed down. "Let's talk about it after I survive." The fat man couldn't even explain clearly with gestures, so he had to take the others to the scene. Finally, Cooper understood what had happened. Someone among the nobles ran away and killed another crew's noble before he left. The unlucky guy had a long wound on his chest, as if he was killed in the pulling. His head was tilted to one side, and his face was sallow. It was obvious that he had been dead for a long time. It was likely that he had died before the battle. It was not surprising that someone ran away, but it was a little strange that someone killed someone before running away. It was puzzling. Cooper instinctively felt that something was wrong. He was about to order someone to investigate, but it was at this time that the crew's nobles outside screamed. "That guy is there. Murderer." Cooper's heart tightened, and he hurried out of the house. In an instant, he saw a man not far away climbing to the roof of a nearby building. The man was wearing a viscount's black gown, and his collar and cuffs were stained with blood. He held a sharp knife and quickly climbed to the roof on his hands and feet, and then opened his arms in the air. Cooper looked at the guy with some confusion, because he remembered this person. In fact, there were a lot of crew's nobles who accompanied Brando. In addition to a few people such as Sir Moore, there were also many knights and knights from other places. There were many knights and gentry from the countryside. These people responded to the Lord's call and brought their own retainers and attendants to participate in the operation to intercept Count Trenheim. Because there were so many people involved and almost all of Anzaruda, not everyone among the nobles knew each other. Cooper remembered that this man was one of the people he rescued from the tomb. At that time, this guy was following them silently. Although they did not know each other, Cooper saw that he was wearing a viscount's costume and thought that he was a local noble. He did not expect that the latter would do such a thing. He watched as the man climbed up the rooftop with his arms wide open. He still didn't know what the man wanted to do. At this time, the rooftop was obviously the most dangerous place in the entire battlefield. Could it be that the man killed someone and ran out just to be a target? This was obviously not logical. Lord Malthus. The man on the roof shouted at this time, "I'm the person who will take care of this, get me out of here." The sudden shout seemed insignificant in the midst of the chaotic battlefield, but Malthus still noticed it. The senses of the dragons were so sharp. In fact, in the whole of Greystone Town, even deep underground and in the nearby hills, Malthus could not sense anything except for the area around Mithril, which he could not sense. Even the softest whispers could not escape the giant dragon's ears. The only difference was whether the dragon was willing to pay attention to it. When Malthus heard the word person, he lowered his head in mid-air and looked down at the insect-like existence on the roof on the ground. The latter kept waving at him. Malthus thought for a while before he remembered the purpose of this abominable creature's existence. He snorted softly. When he saw the intimidating shadow in mid-air looking down in his direction, Willard Wallen was overjoyed. Willard Wallen was his name on the surface, but his real name was Ferguson, and he also had a code name, Knight. He was the human who had always been with Tonto. No, it was not the case. Contrary to what the Grand Chancellor's daughter and the others had guessed, he was neither the Count of Trenheim nor Tempu's aide. He rarely appeared in the outside world, and very few people knew of his true identity. In fact, when that foolish subterranean dweller buried his future, Ferguson immediately hid in the tomb and locked himself up. Those foolish local nobles didn't recognize him and only treated him as a companion. No one even checked his identity. What made him even more ecstatic was that the enemy's commander was actually from Erewhon. This gave him a bold plan. Knowing that he would not be exposed, he did not choose to run away along the way. Instead, he sneakily followed them. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. From the beginning to the end, no one doubted his identity. The only exception was when he encountered a little bit of trouble when he was about to escape. This was his best opportunity, and Ferguson thought that he had grasped it. Tonto, that idiot, did not realize what he had gotten, but he recognized it. That stupid caveman treated such a treasure like scrap metal. He deserved to be humiliated. He did not intend to mention it. He wanted to wake up that stupid guy from the underground. He wanted to pass that thing to someone else, but he could not care so much now. Saving his life was more important. He raised his hands to Malthus in mid-air and spoke again. 20 seconds left. The draconic beasts did not break through the gargoyle's defensive line at the last moment. The long 60 seconds seemed to have come to an end. Just as Brando was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he subconsciously turned his head and caught a glimpse of this scene. When he saw Ferguson standing on a distant roof and shouting the name of that damn lizard, he knew that something was wrong. Rogers and the others had long suspected that there was a traitor in the Empire, but they did not expect that this traitor was lurking in Greystone Town and chose to appear at this time. It could be said that he understood what was going on in an instant. He couldn't help but curse Cooper in his heart. "Dear madam, I'm afraid we have to end the spell early. I'm afraid Malthus will intervene soon." Brando immediately asked through the telepathic link, "Can you recover in advance?" "I'm afraid not." Of course, Mithril knew what was going on, but she could not do anything now. Otherwise, it would only lead to Malthus' revenge. She replied in a low voice, "With my current injuries, I'm afraid it will be difficult to lure Malthus away." Brando remained silent. Now, he could only hope that Maynard would be able to get rid of the lizard before it attracted Malthus' attention. However, Ferguson understood this as well. He knew how prideful the dragons were. If he did not pique their interest immediately, he would not even know how he died. He simply shouted, "Lord Malthus, the war slate. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp arrow flew towards him from the darkness. Before the arrow could reach him, it hit a layer of shining golden net and turned into ashes in an instant. Not far away, a bow-wielding officer of the White Lion Guards screamed in agony. His body burst into flames and he rolled down from the roof. "What did you say?" Malthus' voice rumbled in the air. "It's over." At that moment, although Brando's vision was blocked by Mithril's wings and he could not see clearly what had happened, when the damned lizard opened its mouth, it meant that they had missed their last chance. Cooper, who was not far away, was now pale and on the verge of collapse. He seemed to have finally realized what had happened. Maynard's face was gloomy. The female knight wanted to take out her longbow several times, but in the end, she resisted the urge to do so. There were only 10 seconds left, but it seemed to be out of reach. The war slate. Ferguson knew that he was under Malthus' protection and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He even looked at Sir Cooper, who looked as if he had seen a ghost, and replied, "Do you still remember the divine artifact reaction in the nearby area a few days ago?" "Dear Lord Malthus, but he did not finish his sentence, because at this moment, everyone heard a soft buzzing sound. In the void, a straight silver line shot out of nowhere, piercing through the smoke and dust on the battlefield. One end of it seemed to extend from another street in the darkness, while the other end landed on Ferguson's chest, leaving a small spot of light there. The latter was slightly stunned and looked at this scene in confusion. What was this? This was probably the same question in everyone's mind at that moment. But the answer was immediately found. In an instant, a silver pillar of light pierced through the night sky. Chapter 940. After the beam of light, Ferguson was nowhere to be seen. There was only a 10-meter wide hole in the roof of the building where he had been standing. The dust on the battlefield seemed to have been dispersed by the beam of light, revealing the elf sitting on the other side of the street. She held a silver spear in her hands, and Jude was lying on top of her head. The two of them waved their hands and shouted in panic, "No, it's not the elf's fault. He shot it himself. Demon Slayer spear." Cooper shouted when he saw the spear in the elf's hand. "You're from the House of Freud. How dare you?" Malthus growled in a low voice. Although he did not care about the life and death of an ant, the fact that someone dared to make a move right under his nose was a blatant insult to the dignity of a dragon. In an instant, countless golden vortexes appeared in the dark night sky. Countless meteors with flaming tails shot out from the vortexes, forming a rain of fire that covered almost half of Greystone Town. They appeared above the little elf and Shinni's heads. Ah! The elf and Jude were so scared that their limbs turned to jelly. They hugged each other and cried, "Mother, I don't want to die." The girl and the dragon had nowhere to run. They thought that they were doomed this time, but they hugged each other tightly for a while. Although their ears were filled with the sound of explosions and the earth was shaking, the expected death did not come. Curious, they opened their eyes and saw a magnificent scene. The rain of fire swept across half of the night sky, but there was a semi-transparent shield-shaped force field in the air. The meteors collided with the force field and exploded into flashes of light. Sparks fell from the sky like fireworks in the rite of resurrection. Only a few of the fireballs that penetrated the force field landed on the ground and caused sparse explosions. Seeing this, Malthus screamed in shock and anger, "Mithril, you actually recovered? How is this possible?" Mithril flapped her huge wings and slowly stood up from the ruins. She stretched her body elegantly and stared at Malthus in the air. "Malthus, I haven't seen you for many years, and you've been reduced to bullying little girls. You've really improved a lot, haven't you? How did you do it?" Malthus stared at Mithril. He could tell that Mithril was not forcing herself. Although she had not fully recovered, she had at least regained some of her strength. She scanned the square with her cold eyes and finally noticed Brando, who was standing beside Brando. She roared, "Damn human! You must be the one behind this." The moment Brando turned off the elapsed time indicator, he felt as if he had aged 10 years. Of course, this wasn't true aging, but the illusion of having his life force sucked away. His face was terrifyingly pale, and he could barely stand. He immediately checked his status. The Frost Soil Guard, which had consumed the most EXP, had dropped by 2 levels. Its strength had dropped from the peak of elemental activation to the upper levels. At this time, Malthus's aura descended from the sky onto him. Every hair on Brando's body stood on end. He looked up and saw a pair of obsidian-like eyes. What a pair of eyes! They were emotionless, cold, and dull, but at the same time, murderous. The aura of a dragon was so terrifying that it could almost make an ordinary person collapse. However, the one it encountered was Brando. Brando was already angry, and he subconsciously activated frenzy. His aura suddenly rose and tore Malthus's aura into pieces. He glanced at the flying lizard and chose to ignore its words. Malthus was slightly startled, as if he had noticed something. Mithril also felt the change in Brando's body. She calmly cut off Malthus's aura and said to him with a dissatisfied look, "What, you only dare to be rude to my human friends? Your opponent is here, Malthus." Malthus retracted his gaze and looked at Mithril, snorting disdainfully, "You've just recovered, and you've already forgotten the pain. You weren't so forgetful before, Mithril. This is for you, little one. Don't forget our promise. If you survive, I'll let you pick one of my treasures." She tapped Brendel's forehead with her claw and said, "This is for you. Don't forget our promise. If you survive, I'll let you pick one of my treasures." She looked up and sneered at Malthus, "If it weren't for your despicable and shameless ways of sneaking up on me with 2 of you, it would be hard to say who would win, Malthus." Since when did a battle between dragons pay attention to the rules of those mortals? You're right. That's why there's no rule that says I have to stay tonight and perish together with you. Mithril finished speaking and raised her wings. Her silver wings were like a pair of huge sails. She gently flapped her wings, and the airflow caused everyone on the ground, as well as the dragons and gargoyles in the sky, to be blown away. However, Mithril was obviously deliberately controlling the airflow. The dragons that were fighting with the gargoyles fell to the ground one by one, or crashed into the nearby buildings. The gargoyles, on the other hand, were only slightly unstable and spinning in midair. The silver dragon Mithril soared into the sky and dodged Malthus' claws in midair. She then turned around and flew towards the hills in the south. "Malthus, I'll see you at the arbitration tribunal. Don't even think about running away." Malthus, of course, knew what Mithril meant. After all, they had violated their oath to come to the surface world. When they met Mithril, they were worried that she would attract the attention of other dragons, especially the ancient dragons from the Council of Elders. Therefore, they decided to sneak up on her from the clouds to kill her. However, they did not expect Mithril to be so powerful. Although she was seriously injured, she still managed to escape to this place. If she did not accidentally expose her aura, they would not even have discovered her. In Wonde, silver dragons were known for their speed. If Mithril really wanted to escape, Malthus was worried that he would not be able to catch up with her. Therefore, when Mithril escaped, he did not want to stay in Greystone Town any longer. He flapped his wings and chased after Mithril. Everyone on the ground looked up at the scene of the 2 dragons piercing through the clouds and leaving. They could not help but feel inexplicably shocked, especially the Kurlutz nobles, who could hardly believe that the terrible dragon had let them go. As soon as the terrible pressure disappeared from the sky, everyone seemed to have lost their souls. Their legs went soft and they collapsed to the ground. The joy of surviving the disaster drained the last trace of strength from their bodies. Even the Knights of the Solstice Knights and the young men of the White Lion Guards knelt on the roof one by one, not to mention the others. Cooper sat on the ground and could not help but pinch his thigh hard, and then he gasped in pain. Brando heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that the last thing Mithril gave him was the purest form of magic. It was the power of dragons. In short, it was EXP. The EXP was just a drop in the ocean for Mithril, but for him, it not only made up for the EXP he lost, but it also doubled the EXP he lost. It made Brando feel that good people are rewarded. Moreover, the Silver Dragon lady still owed him a collection. It was a win-win deal. He originally thought that he was at a disadvantage, but now he wished that he could do it a few more times. Unfortunately, this kind of thing was like the high-level encounter quests in the Amber Sword. It was something that could only be chanced upon. He did not have time to count the EXP he gained. He just casually reset the level he lost. When he looked up, he saw the Duke's daughter running towards him. "Captain, what happened just now? Did we win?" Eugenie asked with a frown. "What should we do next? Should we stop and rest, or should we leave this place first?" In the eyes of others, this battle was more or less inexplicable. The process of the battle was so tragic that they paid a heavy price in just a few minutes. Of course, the gargoyles suffered the most losses, but the Solstice Knight Regiment and the White Lion Guards also suffered heavy losses. Secondly, the battle was very short. It started inexplicably and ended inexplicably. Except for Brando and Maynard, who knew the inside story, everyone was passively obeying orders. Then, the two dragons strangely left one after the other. Now, there were still some ridge drakes left on the battlefield, but everyone could see that they were no longer a threat. Brando shook his head, indicating that it was an internal matter of the dragons. He could not explain it. "We can't stay and rest. We have to leave this place immediately and go to the lower reaches of the surging Milky Way on the map." The lower reaches of the surging Milky Way? It's still quite a distance from here. Eugenie glanced at the crew's nobles. This battle had caused many casualties, and the others were more or less frightened. She doubted that these people could hold on until then. Even she was, to be honest, exhausted at this time. "It's okay. Just tell them the truth. There's another dragon. Who knows when it will turn back? If anyone wants to stay here and wait for death, do as you wish." Brando replied. Eugenie's expression changed. She had seen the two black shadows passing through the clouds with her own eyes. This nightmarish scene was not something she wanted to experience a second time. In fact, Brando was more worried. He had a feeling that Mithril's last sentence was just to confuse his judgment. The silver dragons were known for their speed on the continent of Vaughn. If she wanted to run, she could do so at any time. There was no need for her to hide in this place and wait to be discovered. He did not know how much of an effect the 5-minute acceleration of the clock would have on a dragon, but he vaguely felt that the Silver Dragon lady was buying time for them. Although he did not understand why she was doing this, the only choice he had now was to leave this place as soon as possible. And after tonight's battle, the plan to head to Lone Harbor had to be reorganized. He didn't expect Georgandy Ridge to turn out in full force. Even the 3 black dragon overlords came to join in the fun. Although he didn't know what entanglements they had with the dragons, no matter how arrogant he wasn't confident that he could rely on a harbor to fight against a few adult dragons. He had already contacted the Shire. The nobles' private soldiers who attacked the West Gate were lucky. That place could be said to be the least affected place in the whole of Greystone Town. Although the private soldiers were frightened when the dragons appeared, and many of them fled almost immediately, those who fled to the West Gate found that the troglodytes who were originally stationed there had also fled in fear. They hid there all night until Malthus and Mithril left. Only then did they realize that they had actually occupied the West Gate and fortress of Greystone Town. It could be said that the Shire and Rogers did not expend a single soldier. They just took a stroll in the town and won. Brando could not help but sigh at this kind of luck. His order was quickly passed down. Unexpectedly, the resistance was surprisingly small. The nobles were already scared out of their wits. Even if Brando asked them to stay, they would not dare to stay in Greystone Town. They wanted to leave as soon as possible and hide as far away as possible. It would be best if they never returned to this place for the rest of their lives, lest they have nightmares. Brando had his own considerations for setting the assembly point at the downstream of the surging Silver River. He knew that there was an underground passage in Greystone Town that led in that direction. Just as Aween's envoys were about to leave Greystone Town, Nun Princess Magadal, accompanied by an officer of the White Lion Guards, found him. Both of them had heard of the 3 black dragons in the Jorgandi Ridge, but they had never heard of the agreement between them and the dragons. They only knew that the 3 black dragons were expelled from the Dragon's Valley at the same time. No one knew when they were expelled, because the surface world's understanding of the Jorgandi Ridge was limited, not to mention the mysterious dragons. The information was even scarcer. They could only speculate that it was around 100 years ago, because the name of the 3 black dragons had not been heard during the Underground War before and after the Glorious Year, and the Minotaur Lord Gerald had become famous during that era. But when he saw Magadal, he couldn't help but be stunned. He met the Nun Princess in Ampere Seal and owed her a favor during the battle in Ampere Seal. Later on, he found the heart of the giant dragon for her and saved her from the hands of the Grim Reaper. The two of them were very close, but ever since the Nun Princess woke up, other than thanking him once, the two of them didn't have much interaction. It was for this reason that he didn't tell the Nun Princess about the secret of her body. On one hand, he didn't know how to tell her. Could he just say, "I'm sorry, but miss, you're actually a puppet?" He did not know how scared Magadal would be if she heard it. On the other hand, Brando faintly felt that the Nun Princess seemed to be aware of the abnormality in her body, which was why she deliberately distanced herself from others. Regarding this point, Brando did not mention it. Since he did not know how to say it, he might as well let the Nun Princess figure it out herself. After all, there was no way to hide the truth. Just like how he had a lightning core in his body, Magadal would eventually realize the power of the heart of the dragon in his body. Perhaps after a long period of subtle influence, the Nun Princess would finally accept this fact. However, he did not expect Magadal to find him at this time. Brando could not help but subconsciously think that when the 2 dragons appeared, the heart of the dragon and the princess body had some kind of reaction. Mr. Brando, the Nun Princess seemed to be a little uneasy, but once she spoke, she dispelled Brando's doubts. "Miss Dilfery asked me to look for you. You should come and take a look at this." "Your Highness, what did you find?" Brando was slightly startled. "Not me, Mr. Brando. Marjorie and the others found a person." "A person?" Of course, Brando did not think that Marjorie and the others would come looking for him just because they found a cat or a dog. Princess Magadal's words implied that this person might be related to him. However, he was a little puzzled. In the Cruz Empire, there were only a few people who were related to him. Whether it was Faina or Veronica, there was nothing that he could not say. Looking at the princess' expression, it seemed that his relationship with this person was not very good. But after thinking carefully, he felt that he did not have any personal rivals in Cruz. With such doubts, Brando simply brought Maynard and the princess all the way to where Marjorie and the others were. There were already many young White Lion Guards gathered there, and when he arrived, everyone immediately made a path for him. Brando first saw the little elf standing there. Of course, he still remembered this little troublemaker. She and the demon slayer spear in her hand could be said to have saved everyone's lives. Originally, he had no intention of leaving the little girl behind, but Cooper insisted on leaving her behind because of the demon slayer spear in her hand. Brando did not want to interfere with the private affairs of the nobles in Cruz, so he decided to let the knight handle it himself. But at this time, the little elf's lips were curled up high. She glared at Brando, obviously very dissatisfied. Brendel sighed when he saw this scene. He felt that he needed to talk to Cooper. Bullying a little girl didn't seem to be a good reputation if word got out. And it was at this time that he finally saw the person in the crowd. Author's note, == I had too much fun last night. I played Dota 2 the whole night. I woke up late today and was not in the mood. I'm really sorry that I only finished my coding now. I have to postpone my outburst. Whoa, I didn't do it on purpose, don't hit me. Chapter 941. Brando parted the crowd and saw the person. To be exact, he could vaguely see that it was a woman. She was wearing tattered and burnt clothes that barely covered the important parts of her body. Her entire body was covered in burns, and some parts of her body had already festered. Her right hand was almost charred, and her beautiful face was covered in horrifying blisters. Half of her hair was burnt away, and it was difficult to distinguish her original appearance. His first thought when he saw the woman was that she was still alive. It was a miracle. Her chest was moving up and down weakly, which was the only sign that she was still alive. Furthermore, Brando could feel the residual aura of holy magic on her body. Magadal must have used holy magic to stabilize her injuries. Other than that, he could not think of any other reason why she was still alive. But even so, it would be difficult for her to live for more than a few days. Organ failure would quickly take her life. She was not a member of the diplomatic party. There were no women among the nobles of Cruz, so she should be an innocent civilian who was affected by Malthus's attack. What a pitiful woman. Brando could tell that she must have been a rare beauty before she was injured. But the flames would not show mercy to the fairer sex. She could still struggle in pain for a while, but soon she would return to the dark abyss and the embrace of Goddess Elaine. Brando mourned for her in his heart for a moment, and then turned to look at Magadal and the pale Dilfari. He did not recognize them and did not understand why they called him here. Could it be that these ladies suddenly felt sympathy and wanted to hold a funeral for this woman? That was absolutely impossible. No matter how sympathetic he would not put more than 1,000 people in danger for a woman who was about to die. She is Delphian. Dilfari replied softly. Brendel was slightly startled. He had some impression of this name, but it was difficult for him to distinguish the owner of this name from the countless names in his mind. She is the daughter of the Prime Minister. Magadal added when she saw Brando's confused expression. Brando finally understood. So it was her. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Half a year ago, this woman came to Ferber to cause trouble for him. At that time, because she almost hurt Freya, he got angry and locked her up in the water dungeon below Ferber Castle. However, Freya was kind enough to secretly release her and let Madame Veronica send her back to the Empire. After that, everything calmed down and he forgot about this matter. He could not punish Freya for such a small matter. He did not expect to meet this lady in such a way after half a year. Although he thought that this Prime Minister's daughter was a little crazy, he was not so narrow-minded as to hold a grudge against a woman. Besides, Freya was only scared but not hurt. Seeing Delphian in such a state, he could not bear to see her like this. He could not help but shake his head, thinking that if he still had holy water number 1, he could save her life for the sake of the Prime Minister. But now, there was nothing he could do. Realizing that the identity of the woman in front of him was somewhat special, Brando quickly adjusted his mentality. He always had to be careful of the Prime Minister's anger. He was very familiar with the famous Prime Minister Old Nydivan, but he did not know what kind of temperament little Nydivan had. It was really worrying that he could give birth to such a narrow-minded and bigoted daughter. He looked at the others present and asked, "How did she come here, Sir Cooper? What does Earl Alcorn think should be done?" Delphian was the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Empire, so the one who had the most power to decide her fate was naturally the people of Cruz. At present, the person with the highest status was undoubtedly Earl Alcorn. Brando did not want to get into trouble with the Prime Minister, but the Earl was not afraid. Besides, the Earl had no reason to refuse. After all, the nobles of Cruz still cared about their reputation. But Brando did not expect Cooper to look at him with a very strange gaze and replied, "We haven't told Earl Alcorn yet." After all, in this situation, it is more appropriate for Earl Alcorn to make the decision. Brando was stunned. Cooper was Earl Alcorn's retainer. Since when did he dare to make decisions for his lord? But he looked around and found that the people present did not seem to be surprised by this, and did not object to this statement. What does this mean? This woman had offended him before, but he did not seem to be narrow-minded to the point that he would not let a woman go. Even the nobles of Cruz had to show their dignity in the face of women's fashion. Could it be that in the eyes of the world, he, Brando, was worse than these nobles? Even Dilfari and Princess Magadal were here. In a sense, these two ladies could be considered as one of Tanajal's people. Their attitude made Brando feel very hurt. Cooper seemed to have seen through Brando's confusion, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only give Princess Magadal a look. The latter sighed slightly and explained, "Mr. Brando, Delphian did not come here alone. Your White Lion guards found her entourage and bodyguards. After their questioning, they were certain that they were actually here for you." Then the nun princess slowly explained the whole story. Brendel felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. He would never have thought that the demon-slaying spear in the elf's hand was meant to be used against him, but it ended up saving everyone instead. The Prime Minister's daughter really made his hair stand on end. He did not know if she was too stubborn, or if she had perseverance and willpower. But this crazy woman deserved it. She came all the way here to deal with him, but she did not expect to attract the black dragon Malthus and end up like this in a sea of fire. Brendel looked at Delphine's almost deformed body, but he did not feel the slightest bit of schadenfreude. If there had been a mistake tonight, he would have been the one who ended up like this, and there would definitely be more people who would be implicated. After all, this was not just a game. He shook his head and sighed. Forget it. After all, these things did not happen. This young lady, take her with you. If she can't hold on, at least give her a dignified funeral. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard his words, especially Cooper. Brendel's actions could be considered as giving face to the Prime Minister. Anyone who heard such a thing could only praise the Count from Aween for his magnanimity. That Prime Minister Nydevan had no right to vent his anger on Brendel. Nobles always paid attention to their dignity. Cooper was even secretly grateful to Brando. He knew that the Count of Tonagel was not necessarily afraid of revenge from the Empire, but they could not afford to bear it. Brando was known for his toughness. He even dared to offend Her Majesty the Queen of the Empire. How could he be afraid of a mere Prime Minister? So in private, Cooper felt that the Count said this to take care of them. The Count's reputation in Erewhon was excellent. He neither flattered nor bullied the weak. This saying seemed to have been confirmed. Of course, Brando did not know that he was just saying it casually out of sympathy. The lower nobles in Cruz had so many opinions about him. It was as if he had become synonymous with noble character and had won an excellent reputation among the lower nobles. His thoughts were actually very simple. Since Miss Delphian was at death's door, there was no need for him to add insult to injury. He might as well be magnanimous and not let the Prime Minister, whose temper was unknown, find any excuse to cause trouble for him. In fact, he was completely afraid of the Prime Minister's daughter. Even when facing the Supreme of the Empire, at least the other party's actions were followed by logic. However, this young lady was purely a lunatic. The thoughts of a lunatic could not be guessed by normal logic. It was terrible to keep such a person as his enemy. Fortunately, the noble Mr. Malthus helped him solve this problem cleanly. Brendel was so grateful to a certain black dragon that he almost shed tears of gratitude. Because Greystone Town had been reduced to ruins due to the battle between the two dragons, the garrisons in the city, no matter which side they belonged to, in the eyes of the dragons, the subterranean dwellers of Jorgendy Ridge were no different from humans. Just like how a normal person would not differentiate between good and bad ants when stepping on ants, they would definitely trample all of them to death with one stomp. They had already fled long ago, so Aween's envoy group did not encounter any trouble when they left. There were still draconic beasts in the city, but most of them had left with Malthus. The few that had fallen behind or had fallen unconscious in the ruins did not dare to find trouble with the hundreds of gargoyles in the sky. They all stayed far away and hid in the nearby hills. Erewhon's people and Cruz's people walked through the streets full of broken walls. As far as the eye could see, the whole town was a scene of devastation. The streets were full of rubble, and there were corpses of troglodytes, harpies, and even humans everywhere. The whole town was dead silent from above, like a ghost town. Brando looked at the completely destroyed eastern part of Greystone Town and could not help but sigh at the destruction caused by the battle between the Supreme Realm. It was foreseeable that in the next 10 years, it would be difficult for this place to recover its prosperity, and it was more likely that the war would leave a shadow in everyone's heart. The refugees caused by the war might not even return to this place for a long time. This place would be abandoned for a long time, until decades later, the remains and withered grass left behind would tell the passers-by what had happened here. Stories about the shadows of the dragons sweeping across the land. And this kind of spreading flames of war was only the beginning of an era of war and chaos. Brendel thought of the metal disc in Maynard's hands, and he had a vague feeling that a certain era might have already begun in advance. This holy war might evolve into an even more widespread upheaval, and thus engulf the entire world in a never-ending vortex. In another part of history, he had witnessed this with his own eyes. The only difference was that in this world, there was Erwin. He turned around and waved at the Shire in the distance. Erwin's diplomatic group was preparing to leave Greystone Town, but Sir Cooper had other work to do. Perhaps Brando finally convinced him, or perhaps he realized that bullying a little girl was not something to be proud of, so he decided to let the elf go. But now that they knew the origin of the Demon Slayer spear, they could not let this unknown elf girl take it away, or else Count Floyd would blame it on them. They had already offended the House of Nidwin, but no one was willing to add the Floyds to the list. Under Brando's suggestion, Cooper decided to personally persuade her to hand over the Demon Slayer spear, and then she could go wherever she wanted, and no one would be able to stop her. But the persuasion work was not easy. "Little girl, we're not going to lock you up, but this spear belongs to us, the people of Cruz. As long as you leave it behind, you're free to go wherever you want. It was the elf who saved you, but you want to bite the hand that feeds you. You're bad. I admit that, and we can compensate you, but the spear is neither yours nor ours, so you have to leave it behind. Do you understand? Liar, you're bullying the elf." The elf's eyes glistened with tears. Cooper suddenly felt a headache coming on. He did not want to be known as a bully, but his mouth was already dry, and the little girl in front of him was stubborn. There were a few times when he almost fumed with anger, but he was too embarrassed to force himself on a little girl. Besides, even if he wanted to, Brando might not allow it. In front of him, the elf held the Demon Slayer spear tightly and stared at him vigilantly. She did not want to leave it behind, nor did she want to give her treasure to this person. Although the other party was exaggerating, who knew if it was true or not? In her logic, if the elf picked up something, it would naturally be the elf's spoils of war. In the end, Cooper could only say, "Forget it. Anyway, before you leave the spear behind, you can only stay here. When you've thought it through, you can come back and tell us." After saying that, he left this damn place with a terrible headache. After Cooper left for a while, the elf said to the pseudo-dragon beside her in fear, Shani, what should we do? They're going to rob me." Shani rolled her eyes, thinking that it was obviously the elf who stole other people's things. However, when she thought that the Demon Slayer spear belonged to the bad guys who wanted to catch her, she did not have the slightest hesitation in her heart. She replied matter-of-factly, "That's easy. They won't let us leave, so we'll just sneak away." Sneak away? But the elf's cloak has already been lost. "It's okay." Shani flapped her wings and said confidently, "Watch me." The elf's expression changed. "Shani, are you going to use your scary magic again?" I think we shouldn't leave. Actually, it's good to stay here. That human sister is very nice to me. She even gave me candy to eat. I even exchanged names with her. She said her name is Yenid." "You told her your real name?" Shani was startled. "Of course not." "Then why did you exchange names?" "I said my name is Little Elf." "Go away, you damn naughty child." Shani replied in a bad mood, "Can't you show some respect? Exchanging names is a sacred thing between friends." "Okay, I'll go tell Yenid what you're called now." "We won't leave." The elf replied carefully. "Don't try to change the topic. My magic is scary." Shani was so angry that she slapped the elf's forehead with her wings. "If it wasn't for my magic last time, we would have fallen to our deaths when that bad woman and the black dragon were fighting. But if it wasn't for your magic, we wouldn't have been knocked down from the clouds." The elf retorted with disdain. That was just the wrong spell." Shani retorted. "What about this time?" "Of course it won't happen this time. You don't believe me. I won't be friends with you anymore, damn elf. Okay, really? The little elf was startled and hurriedly comforted her companion. Of course it's true. Xianni patted her chest and promised, just watch me. Brando was counting the casualties. The death rate of the White Lion guards in this battle made him frown. In just a few minutes, the casualty rate had exceeded half of them. Fortunately, most of them were either dead or crippled under normal circumstances. With the help of the holy water, they could be treated as acceptable light injuries. Otherwise, he would have been worried sick. The White Lion guards were his elites, the backbone of the future Erewhon's basic infantry. Losing even one of them would make his heart ache. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't even dream of using them against a dragon. He listened to the numbers reported by Maynard and Yuta as he watched the diplomatic party slowly pass through the west gate of Greystone Town. At this moment, he saw Cooper coming from the back of the party with a sour face. Seeing his expression, he knew that Cooper's persuasion wasn't going well. Sir Cooper, how is it? Sigh, don't mention it. Cooper shook his head helplessly. I've made a fool of myself in front of the Count. It's not a big deal. Elves are naturally distrustful of humans, especially the wild elves. Although they often appear in human society, they are actually even colder than the wind elves. Brando replied. When he said this, he couldn't help but think of the wild elf sisters in the diplomatic party. Falerne could be said to be the typical elf he had seen before. Her sister, Tia, was a little different. This probably had a lot to do with the fact that Tia grew up in the human world. If you show enough sincerity, I think she won't be unreasonable. After all, she's just a child. The Count is really knowledgeable, Cooper complimented. But I don't have that much patience. She's just a child. She'll understand if I scare her a little. But does the Count have any objections to this? Brando looked at Cooper, a little surprised that this guy would actually take a child seriously. He shrugged, thinking that as long as Cooper didn't go too far, he would be fine. Don't cause too much trouble, sir. I have elves among my subordinates too. I'm sure you know how I feel about them. Don't worry, I'm just scaring her, Cooper replied. Besides, she's just a child. What can she do? Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom. Everyone saw a pillar of fire rising into the sky from the back of the party. Chapter 942. The underground water tinkled, and a long tunnel extended into the darkness. Some of the collapsed areas even had specks of light shining in, forming 2 or 3 dazzling beams of light in the darkness. Roman tried to push the stacked stones with her hands, but they did not budge. She could only sigh in a different tone and said to Chiara, "It seems that this place won't work either." "That's why I said, just follow this secret passage and meet up with that guy downstream of the surging Milky Way," Chiara replied. "Didn't your familiar already send a message to that guy?" "If you ask me, it's much safer underground now than on the surface." She had lost her scholar's hat and glasses. Without the thick glasses blocking her, a delicate face was revealed under her curly hair. She was unexpectedly cute. "But it's dark and cold down here. It reminds me of when I was young and hid in those caves in Butchie with Freya." "I don't like those places at all," Roman replied. "Besides, I've never seen such a big dragon before." "I've never seen one either," Chiara replied in annoyance. Both of them were a little dejected for a moment. They had fallen into the ground with the collapsed building during the previous impact. By the time they reacted, they were already in this dark tunnel. According to Chiara's analysis, the building they had been hiding in was probably above the secret passage built by the Knight of the Inner Court. In other words, they should have fallen into that secret passage. This analysis seemed to be the only reasonable possibility, so Roman first turned the white fog into a hamster and found the way to the surface through the cracks of the collapsed stones. She went to inform Brando alone. Then, the two of them advanced along the dark tunnel, trying to find the exit that Brando had mentioned that led to the downstream of the surging Milky Way. It was not an easy journey. The secret passage was buried very shallowly under Greystone Town. It was unknown how many years ago it had been built, but it had not been repaired for a long time. Under the impact of the battle between the two dragons on the surface, many places had collapsed. There were a few times when they were almost buried under the soil. Moreover, because many places were blocked by sand and stone, they had to spend a lot of time looking for underground passages that could still be used. Fortunately, the secret passages extended in all directions, and they were not completely blocked in one place. There were a few times when Romaine had a sudden idea and tried to use magic to move the stones, but it almost caused a larger area to collapse. Chiara was so scared that she did not allow her to use any magic again. At this moment, they were stopped in a tunnel that had just collapsed. After the last tremor on the surface, the walls and ceiling here broke and collapsed from the ground, stacking together to form a dead end. "Let's change directions," Chiara finally said. "Chiara, did you hear anything?" Roman asked. Chiara was startled. She tilted her head and listened carefully. It was so quiet in the darkness that one could hear a pin drop. Where did that sound come from? It's true. It's under the stone. Chiara looked at Roman and lay down on the stone doubtfully. If it was someone else, she would not have been so patient, but Roman had excellent hearing, so she had to believe it. After listening carefully for a moment, there was indeed a rustling conversation under the stone, as if two people were complaining about each other. "Giovanni, you idiot. If you didn't pull my tail, I wouldn't have chanted the spell wrong. But if I didn't remind you, you would have been discovered by that guard." "Shut up. That's just an ordinary human soldier. He might not even know the noble false dragons, so how could he see that I was casting a spell?" "Little elf, you're a complete idiot. Then what should we do now, Giovanni? It's so dark down there, and I'm hungry. You only know how to eat. There's no other way. Just wait for your death." "Hoo, Giovanni, I don't want to die. Please save this little elf." The Roman widened her eyes and listened curiously to the intermittent conversation. She could not figure out why there were people inside the stone. She could not help but ask loudly, "Are you the elves inside the stone?" The voices inside the stone suddenly quieted down. After a moment, a tentative voice asked, I'm an elf." "Who are the people outside the stone?" "I'm a Roman." Chiara frowned and did not answer. "Who is a Roman?" the elf asked again. It was a good question. Even the Roman raised her eyebrows and did not know how to answer. "A Roman is a Roman, but why are you inside the stone?" "Are you the elves inside the stone?" "Aunt said that there are elves inside the stone. They like to hide gems and minerals under the stone as a gift to the diligent." "Are you here to give the Roman treasures?" "No." The little elf replied resolutely. Chiara finally could not listen any more and asked, "Who are you? Are you the residents of Greystone Town? From what you said, you seem to be elves. Are you a wind elf or a wild elf?" "I'm a wild elf," the elf answered. "Are they both?" "No, Giovanni is a dragon." "Dragon." The Roman and Chiara shouted in unison. No, it's not the kind of dragon you think. Giovanni is a false dragon." The little fairy hurriedly explained. In her limited impression, dragons were bad, and Shinni was a better kind of dragon. False dragon. God, it's a false dragon. Chiara raised her eyebrows excitedly and asked loudly, "How is it? Are you in trouble? Do you need us to save you? You're not bad people, are you?" The elf was shocked by her tone. "Of course not." Half an hour later, Roman and Chiara spent a lot of effort to save the elf and Giovanni. At first, they wanted to dig away the sand and stones, but just as they moved the stones below, the stones above rolled down and scared the four people inside and outside the stone. After the shock, the two of them had to find another way. In short, they put their hope in the power of magic, but they tried several spells. In the end, Chiara caught a few rats and Roman used the witch's, king's chariot transposition, to swap the elf and Giovanni out. The elf, who was buried under the sand and stones, suddenly felt that the space in front of her was empty, and then she appeared in a dark tunnel. When she was in the secret tunnel under Rove's compass, she thought that the human's secret tunnel was long, dark, small, and not fun at all. But now, she felt that the dark underground was very spacious. Then, with a bang, Giovanni was swapped out and fell heavily on the elf's head. "Ah!" the elf cried. When she opened her eyes again, she found a few squeaking rats in front of her, looking at her with their sparkling little eyes. She immediately made a fuss and shouted, You're rats. You're the rat." Roman was still sizing up the little elf with interest, but Chiara stepped forward without mercy, grabbed the elf's pointy ears, and lifted her up from the ground. "Short-sighted fellow. Ouch, ouch, ouch," let go of the elf cried out in pain. "You're really bad people. Shut up, or I'll kill you," Chiara threatened fiercely. The elf was shocked and shut up. She looked at the little human girl, who was about the same height as her, with red eyes. "Where's your pseudo-dragon?" Chiara asked. Her eyes suddenly lit up in the dark. She had already seen the pseudo-dragon on the elf's head. She subconsciously reached out to hug it, but she immediately retracted her hand. Although pseudo-dragons often accompany humans, they have very strong self-esteem. "This won't do. I heard that they are all creatures with very high intelligence. You have to be polite, Chiara." Chiara cleared her throat and ignored the elf. She asked Giovanni, who was on her head, "Dear pseudo-dragon, may I know your name? Can we be friends?" "No, Giovanni is my friend." The elf pulled Giovanni down and held her tightly in her arms. She stared at Chiara vigilantly, as if she was afraid that she would be snatched away. "Didn't you hear what she said, stupid little elf? I have my pride. If you keep hugging me like I'm a can of candy, I'll never talk to you again," Shienni said in an annoyed tone as she struggled to get out of his embrace. Then what should I do?" The elf panicked. "Put me in your bag," Giovanni said proudly. She waited for the little elf to do as she was told, and then she calmly laid down in the little elf's pouch. She stuck her head out and said to Chiara, "Hello, human. My name is Shienni. What are you doing here?" "We're looking for a way out, Miss Giovanni." Before Chiara could speak, the Roman answered first. "Out? Do you mean back to the surface?" Giovanni quickly shook her head like a rattledrum. "Don't go, the surface is full of bad people. No, we're looking for a way to the lower reaches of the surging Milky Way. This is a very long secret passage. Do you know about it?" Romain replied. "The exit to the lower reaches of the surging Milky Way," the elf suddenly said. "I know." Everyone's eyes fell on her. "How do you know?" Giovanni asked angrily. "How much do you know that I don't? This is the secret passage from before. Giovanni, I stole their entire map. It's in my bag." "In your bag?" Giovanni rummaged through her bag. There were a lot of candy wrappers and some glass beads, but there was no map. "Is there such a thing in here? Did you forget? I used that paper to make a paper dragon when we started a fire a few days ago," the elf replied. "Damn it!" Giovanni screamed. "Is that how you use a map?" The elf was proud of herself. "It's okay. I can roughly remember what was on the map." "Roughly?" Chiara frowned as she stared at the elf. When the sun shone down on the forest below the surging Milky Way, a wild pomegranate bush suddenly moved. In the forest, there were always many uninvited guests that liked to hide under the bushes. For example, badgers, bobcats, or even armadillos. But this time, a pair of round eyes popped out from under the bush. The Roman looked around and after confirming that there was no danger, she lowered her head and shouted. "Seems like we've reached the place. Then quickly climb up, I can't stand anymore." Chiara, who was being stepped on, said sadly. The Roman hurriedly pulled up her skirt and climbed up. She seemed to be good at this, and her movements were as nimble as a monkey. After she climbed up effortlessly, she pulled Chiara up, followed by Giovanni and the elf. Chiara couldn't help but look at the merchant lady in surprise. This wasn't a skill that a noble lady should know. "This is nothing," the merchant lady replied casually. "I've even climbed onto Brando's roof before." The two young ladies were immediately filled with admiration. However, the elf rolled her eyes, and after confirming that there was no danger nearby, she suddenly broke into a run. But before she could run 2 steps, a dark shadow pounced on her. She was so frightened that she screamed and lost her balance and fell to the ground. When she turned her head, she saw that it was Chiara who was gritting her teeth. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" The elf shouted angrily and anxiously. "I told you to run." Even though Chiara was dressed like a scholar, her strength was extraordinary. She easily pressed the elf to the ground and proudly announced, "As my captive, without my permission, you are not allowed to leave even half a step." The elf was naturally unconvinced. She shouted for Giovanni while she wrestled with Chiara. The two young ladies rolled around in the bushes, and soon their hair and clothes were covered with leaves and mud. They completely lost their previous image and looked like refugees and beggars from the north. Giovanni had already flown out of the elf's bag to avoid being caught in the crossfire. She landed on the Roman's shoulder and looked at the two as if they were idiots. Romaine, on the other hand, was quite interested in watching the two fight. She didn't get tired of it even after watching for a while. If she didn't suddenly realize something, she was afraid that this nonsensical fight would have continued. The Roman's ears suddenly twitched. She raised her head and looked at the other side of the forest. Then, she walked over and picked up the two young ladies. She patted the leaves and dirt off their bodies and said, "Stop fooling around, I think there are people coming from that side." Chiara spat out 2 mouthfuls of mud. Her gentle and quiet face had long turned into a dirty little kitten. She glared at the elf and asked, "Who are they? Is it the diplomatic party?" The elf's hair was messy like a bird's nest. Her eyes were red and swollen as if she had just cried. She looked at Chiara fearfully and then said to the Roman, "It must be those bad guys. Let's run, they are bad. There are only a few people. Their footsteps are very light." The Roman shook her head. "It doesn't sound like them. It sounds more like short people like you. Those are subterranean dwellers." Chiara thought of the subterranean dwellers that she had missed. "Great, when they come, we will think of a way to catch them." "Why do you want to catch them?" the elf asked in confusion. Chiara was too lazy to explain to her. She only threatened her fiercely. "It's none of your business. Hide well with me. If you are discovered, you are done for." The elf was not afraid of anything, but she could not beat Chiara in a fight. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. She could only keep quiet. The 3 of them quickly found a place to hide. Sure enough, not long after, there was a rustling sound of footsteps in the forest. The 3 ladies hiding in the wild pomegranate bushes saw a few bushes of incense in front of them suddenly split open, and then a few green-faced, fanged faces came out from behind. When the elf saw these faces, she was so frightened that she almost screamed. If Chiara had not hugged her and covered her mouth tightly, she would have screamed. Those were goblins. Roman and Chiara recognized them immediately. The elf's nose was covered by Chiara, and her face turned red. She kept winking at Chiara, but Chiara did not seem to see it. It took her a long time to break free. She could not help but gasp for air. Before she could protest, she could not help but ask curiously, "Aren't we going to catch them?" "It's me, not you," Chiara replied in a bad mood. "Besides, who wants to catch these smelly guys? They are just a bunch of goblins. So boring." "Huh." She suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. Because the bushes behind the goblins shook again, and then a dwarf came out. This made her very confused. Everyone knew that the dwarves and the goblins were enemies. However, this dwarf was wearing a wet alchemist's robe. He did not look like a captive of the former. Although he looked miserable, it seemed that his personal freedom was not restricted. The goblins around him looked more like his bodyguards. "Little elf, it's that dwarf," Xianni whispered. The dwarf who fell asleep after falling down. The elf clearly recognized the dwarf. Chiara almost wanted to kill the two of them. She hurriedly pulled them back. Sure enough, a few spears came flying. Roman lowered her head, and a simple wooden spear flew past her hair and nailed into an unknown tree behind her. The goblins had obviously discovered that there were people behind the bushes. They screamed and threw the spears in their hands. They even pulled out their rusty scimitars and rushed over. Behind these goblins, two tall figures quickly appeared from the bushes. Ogres. Chiara bitterly grabbed the elf's pointed ears. "It's all your fault. We're going to become the ogre's lunch, you idiot." "Ouch, it hurts." Before the goblins rushed into the forest, the two little Lolas were already fighting. Chapter 943. 2 or 3 goblins at the front of the group screamed and rushed forward. The Roman was shocked and hurriedly cast a slow curse. This second circle spell was very useful against weak monsters like the goblins. The goblins at the front of the group slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if there was glue on the soles of their feet. Even raising their hands became heavy. They ran with big strides, but it was funny that they were running in slow motion. The former was surprised to find that her spell actually worked. She quickly took out a mirror from her backpack and said, "You can see, but you can't touch." The small group of goblins behind her bumped into each other one after another, as if they had bumped into an invisible wall. The goblins at the front of the group had their faces pressed against a glass. Their pointy noses were tilted to one side and their whole body was deformed. The other goblins who were slowed down were lucky enough to escape because they were too slow. Unlike the wizard's mirror image spell, which came from the refraction of light, the witch's mirror image spell turned the world in the eyes of the target into a mirror. As the saying went, you can see, but you can't touch. At this moment, the goblins and the 3 ladies were separated by an invisible mirror. There was a boundary between the real and the fake world. If this law could not be broken, then this boundary could not be broken. Witches were a class that players could not choose. The strength of their magic was generally higher than other types of spells in the same circle. It could be said that their magic was second only to dragon magic. However, there was always a trade-off. Black magic was very harmful to the caster's body, so most witches were eccentric. Mirror image spell was a one-way spell, which meant that it only worked on the target. When the elf and Chiara saw that Roman's spell had taken effect, they stopped fighting. The former hurriedly took out a heavy crossbow from her back and shot down a goblin. After shooting an arrow, she immediately threw away the heavy crossbow and replaced it with the demon slayer spear. The latter, on the other hand, took out a magic wand from nowhere and cast a charm spell on the goblins, causing the goblins to fight with their own people. Illusionist. Xianni cried out in surprise. Spellcasters were already rare in this era. Most of them were craftsmen and enchanters, while illusionists were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. "I only know a little," Chiara replied. "Compared to this, I can't deal with those 2 big guys." The big guy she was talking about was at least 5 or 6 meters tall. When it stood up, it looked like a tower of meat. It had grayish-white skin, long mane, or hair, and carried a spiked club as a weapon. It was the most dangerous magical creature in the wilderness, the ogre. The 2 ogres with fierce faces strode forward, crossing the dense bushes as if they were crossing a meadow. They punched Roman's mirror spell, and a circle of ripples appeared in the air. The spell made a teeth-numbing sound like glass and shattered in an instant. The 3 ladies were so scared that their hair almost stood on end. They screamed and ran away. But how could they possibly outrun the ogre? Chiara was the first to be caught. The ogre in front of her reached out to grab her, but the little elf hurriedly knocked Chiara away, causing the ogre to grab empty air. Then, the two of them rolled into the nearby bushes. The ogre roared and lifted its foot to stomp on the ground. Seeing that the little elf and Chiara were about to be stomped into meat paste, Roman quickly stopped under a beech tree. He raised his hand and cast grease on the ogre's foot that was propped up on the ground. The ogre slid backward and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Perhaps this ogre was just too unlucky. When it fell, its head hit a moss-covered rock in the forest, creating a large hole in it and killing it instantly. When the remaining ogre saw that its comrade had died, it went berserk. It roared and swung its wooden club at the Roman. Chiara had no choice but to cover her head and roll away. The wooden club broke the beech tree she was hiding in and broke it into two. The broken beech tree fell with a loud bang, and branches and leaves rustled onto the Roman. The latter calmly crawled through the gap between the beech tree and the ground. However, at the last moment, a branch caught her in her bag. Chiara pulled hard and tore a large hole in her bag. The caltrops and crystal beads in her bag fell to the ground. Although she was heartbroken, she did not pick them up and continued to crawl forward. On the other hand, the ogre behind her was unlucky. It stepped on the caltrops. These caltrops were originally prepared for war horses, so they were a little too small for an ogre. However, even a toothpick would hurt if it pierced the soles of the ogre's feet. The ogre could not help but scream and jump in pain. In the end, it stepped on the crystal beads, slipped, and fell on its back. Chiara, who had just crawled up from the bushes, saw this scene. She shouted, "Now!" Then, she pushed the elf who was holding onto the corner of her clothes. The elf was still in a daze when she stood up with Chiara's clothes. She felt herself being pushed and stumbled forward, just in time to reach the ogre's huge head. Before she could see what was going on, she lost her balance and fell towards the ogre. Her subconscious action was to thrust the silver demon slayer spear forward into the ogre's wide-open mouth, penetrating it beautifully from the front to the back. Ah! The ogre was only halfway through its scream before it was deader than dead. The forest seemed to have quieted down. The goblins who were chasing after the ogre were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. As the saying goes, the fox uses the tiger's might to intimidate others. Even the tiger is dead, how could the fox use the tiger's might to intimidate others? For a moment, they stood there, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. If they advanced, they might not be able to defeat the three ladies. This was proven in the previous battle. However, behind them, Miss Chiara was waving her magic wand and pointing it at them. Yes, it's you. Now it was Chiara's turn to intimidate others. She loudly gave an ultimatum, "Hurry up and capture that shorty for me, and I'll spare your lives. If you want to run away." Humph. With the last word, Chiara waved the magic wand in her hand. A bolt of lightning struck a small sapling nearby, turning it into ashes. This spell was an elementalist spell. Obviously, it was a spell that came with the wand. The goblins immediately ran back the way they came, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Not long after, they carried a short, fat dwarf who was tied up into a ball and appeared in front of Roman, Chiara, and Wisp. They threw poor Mr. Boris Anvil to the ground and stood in a row, trembling with fear. "It's you again." When Boris Fire Anvil saw the little elf, he couldn't help but flare up and struggle. Boris Anvil felt that he was really unlucky. Although he knew that this job was a little ridiculous, he felt that the risk was worth it for the sake of the money. He was just a small character. He was already favored by Gaia to be chosen by the big shot of the Empire to participate in such a huge plan. Besides, he was only responsible for a small part of the plan. There shouldn't be any big problems. He thought so too, but the nightmare started last night. To be exact, it started from the moment he saw these two seemingly harmless faces. First, he was sprayed with his proud alchemy work. Then, he was inexplicably thrown into the river. Poor old Boris. He had not touched water many times in his life, let alone swim. He hugged a piece of driftwood that flew out of nowhere and floated in the water all night, shivering. He finally met a group of goblins under Lady Shagos and fished himself out of the cold river. The precious alchemy potions and materials in his robe were almost all gone. He had not even set foot on dry and comfortable land for a few minutes before he was inexplicably beaten up by his own people and tied up like a dumpling. The Anvil family's dignity was completely gone. Before he could react, he saw the two little demons' faces again. "You damned demons, why did you make fun of me?" he shouted angrily. Before he could finish his sentence, Kiera kicked him hard, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. "You know this short and fat guy?" Kiera pointed her magic wand at the dwarf's head and asked the elf. The elf glared fiercely at the dwarf. It's all his fault that the elf was discovered. He even wanted to use that green powder to stun the elf. This is bad, he must be a slave trader. Damn it. How could you do that to such a cute little girl? Kiera whipped the latter's face. I hate slave traders the most. I'm not. Boris Anvil replied angrily. I'm a law-abiding citizen. You still dare to lie. Kiera whipped his big nose again, causing the latter to wail in pain. Let me ask you, do law-abiding citizens mix with goblins? Boris Anvil was slightly stunned and hurriedly denied it. I was caught by them. Humph. Chiara smiled triumphantly. Let me ask you, were you with him before? Faced with the little girl's knife-like gaze, the goblins hurriedly nodded their heads. Then was he caught by you? The goblins shook their heads in unison. Ouch! Said poor Mr. Polly Anvil, who was struck in the ear again, and wept with pain. I hate people who lie through their teeth the most, and with such little skill. Kiera poked the dwarf's forehead with her magic wand and said fiercely. This time, the dwarf was like a deflated balloon, deflated. This guy is mixing with the goblins at this time, he must be up to something. Kiera excitedly reported to the Roman beside her. The latter was looking at his torn leather bag with heartache and said absent-mindedly, oh. However, Kiera did not seem to mind at all. She continued, I think we can interrogate him properly, maybe we can get some important information. Boris Anvil was shocked. Of course, he knew some secrets, but it would cost him his life if he revealed them. He hurriedly shouted, No, no. I am a noble, you have to treat the captive well. Before he could finish, he was whipped in the nose, causing him to cry out in pain and roll on the ground. Shut up, I didn't ask you to speak. Kiera obviously did not have the words, treat the captive well, in her dictionary. Then, she stepped on the dwarf and asked, let me ask you, whose subordinates are these goblins? Boris Anvil kept his mouth shut and stared at Kiera, not saying a word. Humph, I know even if you don't say it. Kiera rolled her eyes and thought of something. Goblins usually don't mix with ogres, it's not like there's a magical wave. If there's something similar to a magical wave nearby, there should be goblins and ogres in the army of Georgandy Ridge. Boris Anvil stared at her in fear. Got it right? Ouch! Another red mark appeared on the dwarf's face. He could not help but cry out in grief and indignation, why did you hit me again? You should be the one to answer this question, but you didn't. I answered for you, so of course I have to pay, right? Kiera smiled proudly, showing her sharp, snow-white teeth. I'll give you a discount this time, but next time you'll have to pay in full. Boris Anvil's face turned pale. He struggled and shouted, do you still have the demeanor of a noble? But before he could finish his words, he received a solid blow. This is a lady's privilege, Kiera answered matter-of-factly. Then the second question, what do you do? I've said it before, I'm a law-abiding citizen of Kurlutz, you'll have to pay the price for treating me like this. Boris Anvil's face was red and blue, his messy beard trembling, he was about to go mad. Kiera pretended not to hear him. You're a citizen of Cruz, but you're still with the goblins. Looks like you're a traitor. Damn it, I'm not. Then tell me, who do you serve? I said, I'm not. Kiara snorted softly, turned around and asked the elf, little idiot, where did you meet this guy? The elf looked at her with great dissatisfaction and replied, I'm not a little idiot. If you want to prove that you're not an idiot, you have to tell me the whole story. Otherwise, how will I know whether you're an idiot or not? Kiara answered. The elf puffed up her cheeks and replied angrily, I met this bad guy in a candy shop. Candy shop? That place is called Rove's Compass, it's a bread workshop, Jude added in annoyance. So it was there. Kiara's eyes lit up. So, that dragon was also lured here by you guys? Of course not. That dragon was lured here by the silver dragon. The silver dragon was a woman in white clothes at first. She picked up the little fairy's glowing ball, and then the dragon came. The little fairy retorted loudly. What silver dragon, a woman in white? Kiara asked with a frown. Shinni shook her head helplessly and recounted the events that had transpired back then. Damn it. That's my shining tree seed. After hearing her words, the dwarf couldn't help but shout angrily, you thieves. Shut up. Chiara stomped on his stomach, making him curl up like a shrimp. So, you were really there at that time. Who were the people in the room? You're not going to tell me you don't know them, are you? Even if I know them, I won't tell you. Although Boris Anvil was sweating from the pain, he still answered firmly. Kiara stretched out a finger and shook her head in front of him, even if you don't tell me, I know. That older guy calls that woman Miss Delphine, and that woman calls him Uncle Solons. That woman is the daughter of the Prime Minister of Kurlutz, and Solons is the captain of the guards of the Nydevan family. That young man is called Effie, and he is Solons' deputy. And you, it seems that you should also be the alchemist of the Nydevan family, Boris Anvil, right? Boris Anvil looked at Kiara with fear, as if he was looking at a scourge. You, who are you? How do you know so much? Kiara patted the dwarf's chubby cheeks with her magic wand. Don't pretend to be surprised. You haven't answered my question. How did you get together with the goblins? Strange, Kiara muttered to herself. Could it be that even the Prime Minister has joined Georgindy Ridge? Boris Anvil's face turned red and white. He was about to say something when Kiara interrupted him. Stupid dwarf, if I were you, I would think carefully before speaking. I'm not that little idiot over there. I'm not an idiot. Kiara ignored his words and continued. You can fool them, but you can't fool me. Let me guess. You obviously have another mission, but the others may not know. Let's assume that this mission was given by Prime Minister Nedwan or the old Prime Minister. If it was for Solons, F, or anyone else, then there's no need to hide it from Miss Delphian. That means your mission target can only be the Prime Minister's daughter. Boris Anvil opened his mouth and stared at her. His beard trembled as if he had seen something unbelievable. Kiara, of course, noticed the dwarf's expression. She smiled proudly. Looks like I'm right again. As she spoke, she whipped the dwarf's nose twice. The latter's tears flowed down his nose as he groaned. After receiving her reward from the dwarf, Kiara put away her magic wand in satisfaction. She tapped her lips and asked curiously, but this is strange. Would the Prime Minister of the Empire harm his own daughter? P.S. Begging for votes, begging for votes. Chapter 944. Chiara muttered to herself. The Roman seemed to have regained her composure. She turned around and asked, What are you talking about, Chiara? I know that woman. She's a bad woman. That's for you and that fellow. Chiara chuckled. Although I can't rule out the possibility that the Prime Minister and his daughter don't get along, the possibility of that is very small. You can see that from the woman's arrogance and stubbornness. A daughter who isn't loved by her father wouldn't be able to do that, humph. Chiara snorted softly, obviously not having a good impression of the Prime Minister's daughter. However, the Roman did not ask her where she had seen the Prime Minister's daughter. Chiara quickly skipped the topic and stared at Boris Anvil. In my opinion, it's more likely that this fellow is a traitor. Chiara stared at the pitiful Boris like a cat teasing its prey. Her beautiful sapphire-like eyes were filled with danger. In other words, Prime Minister Naidevan might not be the traitor, but this traitor is at least not far from the upper echelons of the empire. Burly Fire Anvil trembled. He had thought that the other party was just a capricious noble lady who was throwing a tantrum. As long as she vented her anger on him, she would let him go. As for the matter of the Prime Minister's daughter, he didn't dare to say a single word. He thought that he could get away with it, but he didn't expect that he was only half right. This noble lady didn't like to reason with her defeated opponent, but she had a shrewdness that exceeded her age. He didn't say a single word, but the other party had already guessed most of it. Boris Anvil began to feel that he had chosen to do the wrong thing at the wrong time. He looked at Chiara as if he was looking at the legendary demons in hell who could see through people's hearts. "Why do you say that, Chiara?" the Roman asked. "Isn't it simple? Why would the Georgiandi gang want the Prime Minister's daughter? If their target was the Prime Minister, they would not have done anything to Delphian. Prime Minister Naidevan might not be as good as his father, but he would not betray the empire for a daughter. On the contrary, doing so would only anger him." Chiara answered with disdain. It was as if these schemes were written in an open book to her. There were no secrets to be found. So even though they knew that this would anger the Prime Minister, they still did it. Who would have such an idea? This person must be Naidevan's enemy. Maybe it's just revenge, or maybe it's to make the Prime Minister do something wrong. But no matter which it is, most people would not make enemies with the Prime Minister. Even if they did, they would not have the ability to retaliate. Those who could do this would at least have the same status and identity as the Prime Minister. Because only a conflict of interest will lead to hatred. A mediocre lower-class noble or a small workshop owner who works hard to make a living would never have anything to do with the Prime Minister of the Empire. Is that what you mean? The Roman answered with his unique businessman's logic. That's a good analogy. In fact, there are only a few people like that in the Empire. There are only a few dukes, the commanders of a few large legions, the leaders of local nobles, or the higher-ups of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Chiara nodded. The little elf was confused. She looked at the demon slayer spear in the mouth of the ogre, thought for a moment, and pulled it out in disgust. Then, she rubbed the spear on the nearby grass, trying to clean up the dirty blood. Chiara raised her eyebrows as if she had found a new point of suspicion. There's something more interesting. This guy is with the goblins, and he's related to Georgiandi Ridge. She poked the dwarf's big nose again with her magic wand. It's more likely that the person who is related to Georgiandi Ridge isn't him, but the big shot behind him. That's interesting. Someone in the Empire's high-ranking officials has betrayed the Empire. No wonder Georgiandi Ridge's invasion was so timely, and the situation on the surface was so clear. Stop talking, you demon. Boris's face turned ashen. How dare you tell me to shut up? It seems that you still don't understand your situation, Chiara said fiercely. But when she saw the dwarf's pleading expression, she changed her mind. All right, since you're so pitiful, I won't say anything. But in exchange, you have to tell me what you plan to do to that woman, Delphian. She has a grudge against that guy, but she appeared at this place at this time. You're not going to tell me that it's a coincidence, are you? It's Count Delphian, the dwarf said, trembling. His son, Elman, died because of that heroine, but he believes that Miss Delphian was the one who instigated his son to avenge Vahina. That's why she should be responsible for it. He deliberately lent the demon slayer spear to Miss Delphian in the hope that she would perish together with that heroine. What's the demon slayer spear? Roman asked. It's a weapon that's been passed down in the family for generations. I heard that it's almost as powerful as a subdivine artifact. Ah, then will Brando be fine? The merchant girl was shocked. Don't worry. That guy is so lucky that even a demon can't kill him. A mere demon slayer spear won't be able to do anything to him, Chiara said disdainfully. She stepped on the dwarf with the tip of her foot. Count Floyd hopes that the Prime Minister's daughter will perish together with that guy. What, does the Demon Slayer spear have the ability to self-destruct? I don't read much, so don't lie to me. Boris shuddered. Miss Delphian wanted to wait for that heroine to arrive at the imperial capital before making her move. My mission was to persuade her to come here and find a chance to expose her to the people of Georgandy Ridge. How did you persuade her? Tell her that the guy won't go to the imperial capital because he's leading the subterranean dwellers to cause trouble for the empire. He'll fight his way to Rushta, and even if he can't, he'll retreat to Erewhon. Tell her that the people of Erewhon and Georgandy Ridge have formed an alliance with Tokunin, right? Let me think, that guy has a team of subterranean dwellers as his bodyguards. This way, this scam doesn't make sense. Chiara analyzed word by word while tapping her wand. Boris seemed to have heard something unbelievable. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Chiara's analysis was exactly the same as their original plan. But there's still a question. How did Count Floyd know that the people of Georgandy Ridge would appear here? Because he's a traitor? The elf interrupted in a daze. Poor Boris seemed to have just thought of this question. He looked at Chiara with pleading eyes, hoping that she would be just a little bit stupid or just confused for a moment. Unfortunately, Chiara disappointed his hopes. She shook her head confidently. If Count Floyd is a traitor, why would he offend the Chancellor over such a small matter? Wouldn't that be exposing himself? This guy's mouth isn't honest. The way I see it, Count Floyd is most likely kept in the dark. He's just being used. She looked at Boris mockingly. I didn't know that you were a multi-faced spy. This person wants to deal with the Chancellor of the Empire and has Count Floyd take the blame for him. He seems to be a big shot. Can you tell your employer who he is? The dwarf trembled in fear, but he didn't dare to say a word. You must think that if you don't say a word, a soft-hearted little girl like me won't dare to do anything to you, right? Chiara became angry. Fine, I won't kill you. But now that I know so much, I can announce to the public that you told me. You see, you can't tell your master that I guessed all of this out of thin air, right? You can't do that. I didn't tell you anything. You can't lie, you demon. Poor Boris yelled. What a soft-hearted little girl. Sunny whispered to the elf. Both of them shuddered. You can't stop me from saying this, just like I can't force you to speak, Chiara said to the dwarf. But if you tell me the cause and effect, I can let you go. No one in this war knows that you're still alive, right? The dwarf breathed heavily, but he still didn't dare to speak. It seems that the person behind the scenes has made you very afraid. You are so afraid that even if you hide your identity, he will still be able to find you. This person must have unimaginable power. In this way, although you did not say anything, the number of people we suspect has decreased further. There are only 2 or 3 people. Chiara saw the dwarf's expression for a moment, and it was as if she could read the message in his eyes. Just kill me, you devil, Boris Fire Anvil shouted weakly. You might as well kill me. I won't kill you. I'm a virtuous lady. But sometimes, I wish I wasn't an elegant noble lady. That way, I could cast some spells on you. There are very few secrets that people can keep. Roman suddenly thought of something and said, Chiara, I think I know that kind of spell too. Chiara was slightly stunned. She only said that to scare the poor old dwarf, but she didn't expect that someone around her would use such a spell. Seeing into the future was the domain of astrology, and prying into people's hearts was the domain of black magic. Chiara looked at Roman in surprise, but she more or less had some guesses about his identity. She asked the merchant lady curiously, Do you want to try? I've never seen such a spell before. I'm not sure either, Roman replied excitedly. Because this is a dangerous spell, and there are unknown dangers to both the caster and the target. That's why I haven't tried it either. Perhaps the effect is limited, or it could turn someone into a drooling idiot. Why don't we give it a try? I beg of you, respectable human ladies. Even if it's for the sake of your own health, since this is a dangerous spell, I think it's best if we avoid it from happening." At the thought of turning into a drooling idiot, Boris Anvil couldn't help but wail. "That won't do," Chiara shook her head in dissatisfaction. "The pursuit of truth is not to be afraid of hardships. How can we shrink back in the face of a little danger?" Roman nodded vigorously. He felt that the little girl had spoken his mind. Compared to danger, curiosity and fun were more important. "Prepare to cast the spell, Miss Roman." Chiara looked at the dwarf and said solemnly, "Knowledge and truth will remember your contribution, Mr. Dwarf. Before that, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Poor Boris Anvil finally broke down. He couldn't help but cry like a child. "Damn it, don't turn me into an idiot. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." "That won't do," Roman said anxiously, as if she was afraid of losing the chance to cast the spell. But this time, Chiara stopped the merchant girl. The dwarf was almost scared to death. Chiara pointed her magic wand at the tip of his nose and said, "You're so useless. You're already an adult and you're still crying. Tell me, who's the person behind you?" The dwarf replied with tears and snot, "Damn it, sob sob sob, I really don't know who that is. But I know the person who contacted me. He's called Freeman, a member of the Royal Archaeological Society." "Who's that?" Roman asked. "Freeman Lillis. My brother told me about him before. He's the vice-chairman of the Royal Archaeological Society of Crews. He's from the Lillis family. Have you heard of this family? They're part of the Cecil faction." Roman sat on a moss-covered rock with her knees together. Her round boots stepped on a piece of rotten wood. She rested her elbows on her thighs and supported her chin. She looked at Chiara with her bright eyes, implying that she didn't understand anything. But Chiara was still interested. The Cecil family is the noble family closest to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Since he's from this faction, it means that he's related to the Holy Cathedral of Fire. But the Holy Cathedral of Fire would never collude with Georgiandy Ridge. The other party's choice of contact is very interesting. This person is probably a pawn that they've deliberately chosen to stir up trouble. "So you're saying that we can't know who's behind this?" Sunil asked while lying on the head of the elf. The latter was already confused and squatted on the ground to count the ants. Fortunately, there were many colorful insects in the forest for her to identify. "Has he schemed against you?" Chiara looked at Miss Drake curiously. "Not really. But according to you humans, when we're in the middle of such a huge conspiracy, don't you think it's more immersive for me to say this?" Sunil spread out her claws and replied. "That's true. This is indeed a fun game." Chiara's eyes lit up. "But Miss Sunil, you're wrong about one thing. Although the clues are broken here, in other words, there's still other information. The person who designed all of this is even willing to implicate the Holy Cathedral of Fire. This means at least two things. Either he's not afraid of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, or he's a fearless fool. But if a fool can do this, I can only admit that I'm a fool. So there's only one possibility. Maybe you're wrong. That person could be a high-level spy that the Holy Cathedral of Earth has placed in the Holy Cathedral of Fire." Sunil rested her chin on her claws and asked deliberately. She seemed to have fallen in love with this mystery game. "First, I can't be wrong. Second, why do I say that I can't be wrong? Because if that person is a spy from the Holy Cathedral of Fire, any spy will always have something suspicious about him. The only difference is how much and how little. The only way for such a person to not be discovered is not to make himself unsuspicious, but to reduce the attention of others as much as possible. So what he should do is to not let anyone suspect him. But now, he's doing this. So when we think it's him, the answer may be the opposite of ours." After hearing this, Miss Drake was convinced by a human for the first time. What surprised her was that this human looked like a little girl of about 10 years old. Even her voice was still childish. Chiara poked the dejected dwarf with her magic wand. "Since these goblins can recognize you, you must have a contact among the Georgandy Ridge people. It's Miss Shagos. Boris Anvil replied weakly. Who's that? An underground lizard man. I only know her name, but she should know of my existence. That means she knows about your mission, or at least knows that you're here for some reason. The dwarf's face changed. What do you want? Nothing. You can rest first. Chiara smiled proudly. She turned around and raised her hand to give Roman a high five. Don't you need to cast that spell? Roman asked curiously as he hugged his bag. Not for now. Chiara shook her head. But do you really know how to cast that spell? I know a little, but the so-called mind-reading spell can only tell a person's current emotions. For example, whether you are angry or happy, this spell can reveal your true emotions and let the caster feel it. Roman thought for a moment and answered seriously in a low voice. This is in the category of black magic. Can this spell really turn people into idiots? Chiara asked. Roman glanced at the dwarf. No spell can turn an idiot back into an idiot, Chiara. Chiara agreed. I think so too. P.S. I want to warn those who spread rumors about me in the book review section that I don't even know how to count. Let me tell you, after 2, it's 4. There's no such thing as 3 in this world. 3 is just your imagination. It's a conspiracy. Humph. Chapter 945. The Shire. Here we are. Hippamra. I'm here, my lord. Lady Maynard. The female knight hid behind a dragon blood tree and nodded to Brando from afar. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The afternoon sun filled the entire valley, but the valley was silent. Looking down from the dense branches, the first thing that came into view was a slender and beautiful back. Dark and shiny scales were arranged closely in order, followed by a pair of huge bat wings and a curled neck. At the top of the neck was a skull. It was a dragon. She lay quietly in the valley, and her huge body almost filled the whole valley. Some small creatures were busy around her. On the light screen where Charles was using the peeping spell, goblins, earth goblins, and some kobolds were shown. The giant dragon seemed to be resting. Its rubbery eyelids were lowered, and it was motionless. Only its long tail was wagging occasionally. Earl Alcorn looked at the elegant and huge creature with some fear. This dragon was slightly smaller than the one they saw last night. It should be the black dragon that left alone. At his signal, Sir Cooper asked, "What should we do, Mr. Captain?" Mr. Captain, since last night's battle, this title had become the official title of the surviving nobles of Cruz to Brando. Brando understood that this subconsciously represented the rise of his status in the hearts of these people, but it was hard to say how much this rise would do. He also glanced at the valley, then shook his head gently. This dragon happened to cut off their path, which was really unfortunate. It's lying here basking in the sun, which means it hasn't found us. Maybe it's resting, or maybe it's waiting for Malthus. We'll wait until evening. If it doesn't move by evening, we'll have to find a way to take a detour. He turned back to Yuta and said, "Be careful of its servants. Don't let the goblins and kobolds find us. Gather everyone, hide in a valley, and set up a perimeter. Don't be afraid to kill. The dragon is unlikely to remember its humble servants. As long as there are some left, it won't be suspicious." Yuta carefully remembered every word, and her sexy figure disappeared into the dense forest. Cooper couldn't help but look in that direction greedily. A squirrel crawled on Brando's shoulder all the way to the ground, then it turned its head, raised its little head, and stared at the Roman with its black eyes. This was White Mist. She was the Roman's familiar, and the two would naturally sense each other within a certain distance. As the guardian chosen by the Witch Queen herself, as long as she and the Roman were within the same boundary, she would be able to locate the Roman. In fact, she had sent messages between the Roman and Brando 2 or 3 times, but the ladder was blocked on the other side of the valley by the dragon named Modesty. The Roman first asked her to deliver the message, including the dwarf's confession and Chiara's speculation. That was how Brando found out that the valley was actually the camp of the lizard lady, Shagos. White Mist, let the Roman and the rest stay there. We'll meet up in the evening. Tell them to be careful, don't run around, and don't cause any trouble. Okay. White Mist was silent in front of anyone, as if she only had the patience to answer with an okay, in front of Brando or the Roman. The little prince, who was squatting beside Brando, was itching to stroke the squirrel's furry head with his fingers. As a result, White Mist mercilessly bit his finger, scaring him so much that he quickly retracted his hand and covered his finger. This is a familiar? Haruz looked at the grass where White Mist disappeared and asked curiously. Familiars come in all kinds of forms, and they don't need to be alive, so it doesn't have to be a squirrel. The most famous witch in history, Beatrice, used a butterfly made of pure gold as her familiar. Brando replied. He touched the ladder's head and replied somewhat dotingly, you will also have a familiar. Although not every wizard has a familiar, I will definitely find you the best one. Thank you, teacher. Haruz's eyes widened. But teacher, can I have a squirrel as my familiar? Why do you like squirrels so much? They look cute, don't they? The little prince replied with a red face. Brando held his forehead, almost defeated by this prince. He thought to himself, do you dare to have some normal hobbies, such as a mighty shadow Cheeto or something, or a cool colorful salamander that can make its owner invisible, or a dragon as your familiar like Tumen? Isn't that what a boy should aspire to? He patted Haruz on the shoulder. I'm afraid not. Oh, Haruz looked very disappointed. Brando smiled slightly. As a teacher, the proudest thing was to meet a good student. But a student like Haruz, who had an unimaginable talent in ancient magic, who was born noble but was not arrogant at all, and who obeyed his teacher's every word, was rare even among good students. Haruz's talent in black magic could indeed be described as terrifying. Ancient magic, the earliest magic of Wand, shared the same origin as witchcraft, runic spells, and spiritual spells, which the witches claimed to have magic in words and language. These magic actually came from the obscurity of the dark, the exploration of the unknown by the law. They were part of the dark magic itself, and even today, witches still use such power. Ancient magic was very different from today's magic system. Most of the ancient spells' incantations were lengthy and slow. The spell-casting movements were complicated and strict, and the casting environment was extremely demanding. Most of the ancient magic was derived from array spells and runic spells, as well as the unique string spells of the dragons, and witchcraft. But it was impossible for him to give up teaching Haruz now, because the average player could never have Haruz's talent. Players were born with heroic attributes, slightly weaker than the prophets, and Haruz was almost certainly a chosen one. His personality was his biggest flaw, which could be said to be negligible among the chosen ones Brando had seen. What was more terrifying was that he might also have the talent of fate and an extremely outstanding bloodline talent. This delicate young prince was the legendary Face King, and Haruz listened to him. It felt like he was leveling up with a cheat. Brando knew the direction of the future and understood what kind of class combination was the strongest. Coupled with Haruz's talent, he could imagine what kind of monster he was creating. That feeling was absolutely irresistible to him. The future of a wizard often depended on the direction of his development. Some people were limited by their talent, some by their personality, but more people were limited by their knowledge. There were many outstanding geniuses in history who were buried because their mentor was nothing more than a charlatan. Even a court mage's knowledge was often limited by his lifetime of learning. Not everyone had the complete and complex inheritance system of the craftsman of Byuga. It was impossible for players to have the talent of the legendary natives, but natives rarely had the ability to plan their classes so strictly as players, even down to each level. But Brando had it. Although he might not be able to find some things in a short time, he knew what was best. He would never replace the young prince with something temporarily. Some things, once missed when laying the foundation, were likely to become a lifelong regret. Brando wanted to see how far his student could go in the future when the two were combined. As far as he knew, there were several body-level wizards among the players, but their talent was not as abnormal as Haru's. Of course, Haru's and even his sister did not know what kind of path his teacher had prepared for him. For him, what he was worried about now was how to become a qualified king. The throne was an annoying burden for him, far less interesting than following his teacher to other countries. Although the journey was full of danger and fear, it was very exciting. After answering Haru's question, Brando glanced at the valley again, as if to confirm the terrain or the distribution of the lizardmen's camp. This was like a natural habit for him, a subconscious behavior. After memorizing the nearby terrain, he waved to the others and motioned everyone to retreat into the dense forest. After the group quietly retreated into the bushes, the Shire stopped peeping. Brando asked the others, "How was it?" "I smell a conspiracy, my lord," the Shire replied. "Nonsense," Brando reprimanded angrily. "Two of the three dragons, plus Queen Medusa, have already appeared in the surface world." Georgandy Ridge is making such a big fuss, it can't be that they are just here to be bystanders. What is bystanders? Sir Cooper was stunned. Soy sauce is a kind of tea. You know afternoon tea, right? My lord means that these stinky guys are not here to invite you to tea. The Shire kindly explained, but Maynard couldn't help but look at Brando very strangely after hearing this explanation. The latter's expression didn't change as he continued. Lady Shagos is the confidant of the Lizard King. Most of the underground lords don't get along well with each other. Since Modesty dared to stop here, it means that their relationship is not as simple as a joint invasion of the surface world, but a closer alliance. I suspect that the Minotaur King Geralt and the Dragon Queen have also arrived on the surface. Since Modesty and Malthus are here, the Dragon Queen Gwendolen naturally won't act alone. Since 4 of the 5 underground lords have already moved out, why would the remaining Minotaur King Geralt stay alone in Georgandy Ridge? Georgandy Ridge has already turned out in full force, Brando said quietly. His voice was like a ghost. A cold wind passed through the forest in the afternoon, making everyone shiver involuntarily. This sentence is now not just an adjective, but a statement, and it is very likely to be very close to the facts we know now. The 5 underground lords have joined forces, plus characters like the Lizard King and the Blind King. Their voices are likely to be transmitted to every corner of the dark underground. For a moment, the forest was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "What do you mean by that?" Earl Alcorn finally asked. "It means that you are lucky enough to have witnessed the birth of the only grand unification in the underground world of Georgandy Ridge since thousands of years ago, or even in history. Now that they have collectively appeared on the surface world, they are about to become a new witness of this holy war. They are not just a sudden force, but a new player. Imagine, when the entire army of Georgandy Ridge poured into the world on the surface, that's impossible." Cooper sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's unlikely from a common-sense point of view, but if the 5 underground lords have all appeared on the surface, then they will never leave any other lords in the underground world to threaten their rule. These underground lords are all cunning and astute. I don't think they are inferior to all of you here," Brando replied. Earl Alcorn chose to remain silent. "But what's their reason for doing so?" Cooper asked. "They have been in the underground world for thousands of years." "I'm not sure about that," Brando shook his head. "But there may be someone in the Empire who knows." "You mean the person who attacked little Nydiven's daughter?" Earl Alcorn asked. Brando nodded. For a moment, no one chose to answer. According to the information from the Roman, there were only 3 people in the entire empire who could do this. The Supreme of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Patriarch of the Cecil family, the Patriarch of the Firut family, or half of Grand Duke Kirk. Among these few people, except for the Supreme of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the rest were possible. But among these people, who would dare to say that they had betrayed the Empire? Who could make such a judgment so hastily? Perhaps even Her Majesty the Queen would have to think twice before acting. Martha blessed the Empire. Cooper couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. How is Miss Delphian's condition? Brando suddenly confirmed with Hippamra. The priestess shook her head slowly. She's not in a good condition. Her wounds are suppurating, her lungs are infected, her fever is very high, and all her organs are beginning to fail. I've performed a dispelling spell on her, but the effect is not obvious. What did the people of Georgandy Ridge want from Delphian? Brando couldn't help but feel a little strange for a moment. The sooner the crew's people found the traitor, the sooner they could reverse the situation of the battlefield. But this cold dagger was hidden so deep that the fate of the entire empire was tied to a dying, paranoid woman. It was hard not to think that this was a punishment for the arrogance of the crew's people, just like the Myrna people in the past. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 946. Modesty narrowed her eyes as she watched the little creatures pacing back and forth in front of her. The goblins and kobolds offered her fresh prey, such as elk and wild boar from the forest. They placed the prey in front of Modesty's mouth and retreated far away, as if they were afraid that the dragon would swallow them in one gulp. However, Modesty did not have much of an appetite. She only opened her eyes occasionally to scare the little creatures away, and took pleasure in it. She was indeed waiting for someone, but it was not Malthus, nor the soulless dwarf. It was Guku, Gwendolyn's servant. Not long after Brando and the others left, Guku arrived. She descended from the sky with a group of harpies, causing a commotion in the camp. Modesty narrowed her eyes as she looked at the little creature. She was a rare harpy with emerald green feathers, but at the moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. There were many burn marks on her wings, and a few of the long feathers on her head were missing. Looks like you've run into a little trouble. The black dragon's tone was a little gloating. A few insects snuck into Greystone Town. Useless Tammy. Guku replied with the sharp voice of a harpy. She was indignant. She was not only referring to Brando and the others who snuck into Greystone Town, but also Malthus. Her burned feathers were all thanks to Malthus, which made her very angry. She was Gwendolyn's servant, so she was not worried about any verbal offense. In her eyes, Malthus was not as powerful as her master. Of course, if she were to face Malthus alone, she would never dare to say such a thing. Modesty's lips curled up. She did not care about the little creature's sarcastic retort. After all, it had nothing to do with her. She said playfully, "Your master, that woman asked me to wait for you here." Praise the master. Guko finally showed a respectful expression. This attitude made Modesty a little unhappy. Although she had to admit that Gwendolyn was the strongest among the three dragons, a dragon was a dragon. She would not easily show her fear in front of outsiders. Modesty sniffed, and a small flame rose from the canopy nearby. The air was suddenly filled with the smell of sulfur. She coldly interrupted Guku and said, "My time is limited. Have you found that person? The person your master asked you to look for?" Guku seemed to have sensed the change in the attitude of the female dragon in front of her. She hesitated for a moment before answering, "No, I couldn't find her. Those humans were too powerful. I could only see them from afar. Then Lord Malthus and the city was in chaos. And I took advantage of the chaos. You can't even as." Modesty said disdainfully. However, she was not disappointed at all. To be honest, she did not care about the plan of those humans at all. She and Malthus did not come here for this matter. They were just here to help Gwendolyn. Even Modesty herself felt strange. Why would that woman be so obedient to a mere human? She was simply an idiot. However, she did not dare to say this out loud. After all, she was no match for Gwendolyn. She frowned and asked impatiently, "You only arrived now. You must have returned to Greystone Town after the incident. Did you find her body?" Although Modesty was absent-minded, it did not mean that she was not meticulous enough. On the contrary, the long life and experience of dragons gave them wisdom far beyond that of mortals. The city has long been reduced to ruins. There is no way to find it, Guku replied awkwardly. However, there are no human corpses left in the city. There are only some remains of gargoyles. I think they were left behind by the humans who snuck in. Modesty was originally absent-minded and had just asked casually. However, when she heard the words gargoyles, she jumped up as if someone had stepped on her tail. Gargoyles? Are you sure? The harpy was slightly startled. She stared at Modesty with some uncertainty, not understanding what kind of reaction this was. The black dragon raised her head and said angrily to herself, "Damn it, so he didn't pass by Greystone Town. There are no human corpses left at the scene. This means that someone has cleaned up the battlefield. It can't be Malthus. He must have gone after that bitch Mithril. Damn it. They must have escaped. No, they can't have gone far. They wouldn't dare to stay in Greystone Town. They must be hiding in the hills near the Silver Gushing Valley." She said "damn it" twice in a row, which was enough to prove her anger at the moment. In the whole of Enslova, only one person had a large number of gargoyles at the moment, and she and Malthus could be said to have come for this person. To be exact, they came for the Halran Gaia in his hand. The last time that person disappeared was before Jorgendi Ridge began to attack Anzaruda. Modesty originally thought that according to the speed of the other party, he should have left the Bear Lake area long ago. However, she did not know that Brando did not abandon the crew's nobles. He also wanted to avoid the detection of Jorgendi Ridge, so he chose the difficult hilly area all the way. At this moment, when she heard Guku's description, she realized that she had missed something. She could not help but secretly curse that idiot Malthus. It was right in front of you, and you didn't even notice it. What a waste of a pair of eyes. Modesty was furious. No wonder we temporarily sensed the existence of the Halran Gaia last night. Damn it. The Halran Gaia. Guku exclaimed. In her vision, the black dragon suddenly stood up and spread its wings. The huge wings almost covered the entire valley. The latter began to flap its wings, and the surrounding goblins and kobolds were blown away by the wind. Even Guku could not stand still. She flew along with the wild wind and screamed, "Lady Modesty? Listen carefully." Modesty said coldly. The mission that Jalindalin asked you to complete is to make sure that the woman cannot leave Enslova, whether temporarily or permanently. You don't have to find her. I believe you understand what I mean. Lady Modesty, could she be with those people? That woman came for revenge. She can't be with this guy, the black dragon sneered. The black dragon sneered, but if they are together, it will save me a lot of trouble. I will make your master thank me properly. Modesty's voice was still echoing in the valley, but the dragon had already rushed into the sky. Everyone in the valley looked up and could only see a small shadow in the sky. Hiding in the forest on the mountainside in the distance, a few Lolas were blown away by the wind. But before the wild wind calmed down, Chiara rushed over and grabbed Roman's sleeve. She asked loudly, "How is it? How is it? Did you hear it? What are they talking about?" "Shoo!" Roman turned around and put his index finger to his lips to make a shushing gesture. "Keep your voices down." "Then did you hear it?" Chiara asked again in a low voice. Roman nodded and repeated the conversation between the dragon and the harpy. After listening to her description, Chiara cheered softly. Chiara had her eyes on Lady Shagos from the very beginning. She wanted to get more information from her. As for the danger, she had never considered that kind of thing. Curiosity was not something that could be stopped by danger. This was not an empty phrase. But even she did not expect that the whole thing would go so smoothly, just like she did not expect to meet a dragon in the valley. She said proudly, "See? We came to the right place. Although I did not expect that the dragon would be here, they are obviously looking for Delphian. This explains a lot." "Is that so?" Roman asked, puzzled. "Of course." Chiara answered firmly. Her eyes flashed with a kind of moving brilliance. It was a look of wanting to see the world in chaos. The nature of this matter is different now. Don't you understand, Roman? This is not just a human's conspiracy. There are dragons involved. Whether it is Count Floyd or the Prime Minister of the Empire, it is impossible for them to make the dragon move. The facts have proven everything that I have described. In the entire empire, there are only a few people who can do this. No, in fact, there are only two. Have you guessed who it is? Roman may not have understood the meaning of this sentence, but he still asked curiously out of instinct. My intuition tells me that it should be so, but reason tells me that it is impossible, Chiara answered cautiously. But anyone could see that she was trembling with excitement, as if she was not facing a huge conspiracy, but a very interesting puzzle. No, we should choose to believe in reason first. I still need more evidence. She licked her lips. It was probably the meaning of the phrase, birds of a feather flock together. The three of them who wanted to see the world in chaos understood this sentence at the same time. They all subconsciously looked at the bushes not far away. Somewhere, a certain unlucky dwarf seemed to have felt a chill, and could not help but struggle and groan. Chiara kicked him. Don't make a sound. She then cracked her knuckles and turned back. Well, now we will follow the original plan and execute the script that has been written. But Brando told us not to get into trouble, Roman said worriedly. This is not getting into trouble, Chiara snorted. This is helping him. That guy is good at everything, but he is too stupid. If I don't do something, I'm afraid that he will be sold and help count the money. Of course, in principle, that guy and I are enemies, but I am still part of this diplomatic group. I don't have the habit of dying with others, so I can only reluctantly help him. Besides, Chiara blushed. It's nothing. Just blame me for being too kind. But the little elf could not see how this human girl who was about her age was kind. She could not help but frown as she tried very hard to repair her shattered worldview. Chiara's original plan was very simple. It was to let poor Bolly Anvil go to Lady Shagos to get information. Now, there might be a harpy involved. This plan was absolutely bold because once the old dwarf entered the camp, it meant that he was out of their control. Therefore, the first difficulty of this plan was to persuade Bolly Anvil to believe that if he dared to do so, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chiara's persuasion was very simple. She only patted the dwarf's chubby face and told him, "This is a good chance for you to prove that you did not betray us and that you have nothing to do with this matter. You won't be stupid enough to give us away, will you? You see, since you have betrayed them and there is no way to make up for it, the news we got from you has already spread. So, what you need to do now is to get rid of the matter. You escaped from Greystone Town without meeting anyone on the way, and there is no chance for the news to leak, right?" The old dwarf's face was red. If he had an axe in his hand, he would have jumped up and challenged Chiara to a duel. Although a duel with a human girl was not something to be proud of, it was better than being humiliated like this. Unfortunately, Bolly Anvil was not as stubborn as his kind. They could endure the monotonous mining work in the underground tunnel day after day as if such a rigid character had been integrated into the blood of their race. But he was different. He was a dwarf who pursued freedom and pleasure. He had always been proud of his maverick ways. Except for this moment, Bolly Anvil had never hated his weakness as much as he did now. A moment ago, he was solemnly swearing that once he escaped, he would avenge himself no matter what. But after Chiara untied him, he could not help but hesitate. Perhaps Chiara was right. He drifted all the way from Greystone Town to this place, and he did not meet any humans along the way. He and the people he was looking for in Georgandy Ridge were two completely different routes. If he did not say anything, no one would suspect him. He could even calmly report the situation to Lady Shagos, whom he had never met before, and pretend that nothing had happened. After all, everything that happened in Greystone Town had nothing to do with him. It was all the fault of that damned black dragon. He could not blame himself for being too incompetent. After this matter was over, he could happily be an alchemist and pretend that nothing had happened. After thinking about it for a moment, Boris Fire Anvil's mind became active. He rubbed his wrists as he walked out of the forest. At first, he could not help but feel a little nervous. But after a while, he returned to normal and got into the zone. The three ladies followed behind him under the cover of Roman's invisibility spell. Chiara even whispered to the former, "Just report what you wanted to report to that lovely lizard lady. You don't have to make up any lies. You don't have to worry about being exposed." When the dwarf heard that, he felt a sense of relief. He could not help but feel grateful to Chiara, even though the feeling came out of nowhere. But after a while, Chiara threatened, "But if we are unlucky enough to be captured, we will betray you immediately. As reliable companions, we must go through thick and thin together. This is the quality that nobles should have." Poor Mr. Boley Anvil's face darkened when he heard that. Even Shani, who was lying on the elf's head, could not help but roll her eyes. For a moment, only the Roman was still in high spirits. Regardless of what old Boley was thinking at the moment, Chiara, who was under the effect of the invisibility spell, turned around and looked at the elf. They were actually under an invisible curtain. This witch's spell was similar to Brando's cloak of the Giant King. It could also block sight and breath, and they could also see each other. The only flaw was that it could be detected by detection spells. Fortunately, the goblins and kobolds did not pay attention to this. The elf looked at Chiara with some fear and subconsciously tightened her grip on the demon-slaying spear in her hand. The latter said fiercely, "Remember what I said? Don't be soft-hearted later." The elf quickly nodded. Boley Anvil soon arrived outside the camp. The goblins and kobolds obviously did not have the concept of vigilance. Besides, modesty did not need to be vigilant. Who would suddenly find trouble with a real dragon? If there really was such a person, the goblins and kobolds would not be able to guard against it. When the little creatures saw the dwarf approaching, they reacted in a flurry. For a moment, the camp was filled with screams. The kobolds were known as the descendants of the dragon in many legends, but their barks were genuine dog barks, which was how they got their name. The little creatures barked together and carefully pointed their spears at the old dwarf. The latter gestured, and finally, he explained his purpose of coming. At this time, Chiara saw a kobold in a long robe coming out of the camp with a strange expression. He held a staff and gestured at the dwarf from afar. Kobold mentor. Shani wanted to cover her face with her claws. She could not help but look at the human girl beside her. Didn't they say that kobolds would never use such high-end magic detection? Damn it. Chiara was shocked and could not help but complain. These kobolds are a little different from the ones on the surface. Now is not the time to complain. What should we do? Shani was trembling with fear. Although the kobolds and goblins were nothing to be afraid of, there were at least hundreds of them around at the moment. If they were suddenly exposed, even if each of them had a spear, they would turn into hedgehogs. She did not want to become a hedgehog. Lady Shani's adventure on the continent had just begun. Although the elf did not understand what was going on, she knew that it was not a good thing. She was already very nervous, and now she was so scared that she was about to cry. Chapter 947. At the end of the day, Chiara was still a child. Even though her analysis was logical and logical, it was inevitable that she would be at a loss when faced with a real problem. The dog-headed tutor came to Boris Anvil's side with his staff and pretended to cast a spell. Chiara and the little elf could not help but turn pale with fright. It was at this moment that the Roman let out a soft gasp and muttered, "That's strange, there are no ripples of magic on the staff." Chiara and Shani also noticed that something was not right. Even though the dog-headed tutor's spellcasting action looked decent, the incantation that it was uttering was not the case at all. Not to mention, when it cast the spell, the lines of law in the air did not vibrate at all. There were no ripples in the sea of magic. This was not a sign that a spell was about to be cast. Instead, it was more like, a swindler who pretended to be mysterious. Damn it. Chiara immediately reacted. The dog-headed tutor was not a tutor at all. It was just a liar who lived off others. This kind of charlatan was not uncommon among humans. Some of the country lords were even fooled by them. Chiara's little face could not help but turn red and white. She had just boasted that she was a genius. She did not expect that she would make the same mistake as the country bumpkins that she had always looked down on. The little girl could not help but clench her teeth. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and cast a fierce spell on the damn dog-headed tutor. Boris Anvil's legs were also cramping. He knew that there was something behind him. But just when he thought that he was beyond redemption, the dog-headed tutor nodded at him in satisfaction and signaled the other goblins and dog-headed tutors to let them go. What's going on? The dwarf alchemist couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He didn't think that the spells of these girls would be so powerful that they could avoid detection. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he finally had some confidence in the other side's deceptive plan. After the false alarm, the small group did not encounter any more trouble. The dwarf, Boris Anvil, was led by the goblins through the camp and soon saw Lady Shagos. The legendary lizard lady looked like a lizard, but she was also a lizard that walked upright and wore a set of fitted leather armor. When Boris Anvil saw her, she was comforting her mount, an underground multi-legged lizard. The unlucky fellow was obviously not used to the surface environment and looked a little sick. Lady Shagos, dressed in martial attire, was holding a piece of rotten meat with her spear. The latter narrowed her eyes and looked as if she did not care. She finally threw the piece of meat to the side, a little annoyed. Boris Anvil. And the dwarf took a deep breath and nodded nervously. Shagos glanced at him. Where's the proof? Boris Anvil seemed to be prepared. Without saying a word, he took out a metal emblem from his pocket. His precious alchemy materials had been soaked in the water, but the metal emblem itself was not affected. The lizard lady looked at the emblem and confirmed the identity of the dwarf. She then replied, "A count asked me to send you to Golden Pine Castle. Your people will be there to receive you. I can send a small group of underground lizard riders with you, but not too many. They can ensure that you will not be attacked from other sides of Georgandy Ridge. As for the route, you can choose it yourself. What kind of mount do you need?" Who was a count? Chiara, who was hiding behind the refraction screen, could not help but be startled. There were many counts in the Empire, and there were at least a dozen of them with real power. It was not easy to distinguish them with just one sentence. Their rendezvous point was Golden Pine Castle, which was in the mountains to the west of Asgard. That meant that Georgandy Ridge had long been prepared to capture Anslois. They even took this into consideration before making this plan, including the escape route if the plan succeeded or failed. The words premeditated came to her mind like a bolt of lightning. She looked at Boris Anvil. He did not seem to know the count, which meant that the person in charge of receiving him was someone else. If it was not to silence him, then it was for the sake of confidentiality. Chiara frowned slightly. It seemed that whether it was for the sake of confidentiality or to silence him, it seemed a little ridiculous to use a count to carry out this mission. Any mount is fine. I will ride a human's horse, the dwarf said vaguely, afraid that he would reveal too much. Fortunately, Shagos was not directly in charge of the dwarf, so she did not see any clues. Shagos nodded. In fact, both of them only knew of each other's existence at the last minute from the higher-ups. Now, it was just a meeting between strangers. At this time, Chiara, who was racking her brains, did not hear any useful information from the conversation between the two. Finally, she decided to use the second plan. She patted the elf's shoulder gently, which startled the elf and made her look up subconsciously. Perhaps the movement of the two was too big. Shagos, who was talking to the dwarf, suddenly looked up and glanced at the place where the three of them were hiding. "Who is hiding there?" she asked sternly. "Quick, little elf!" Chiara shouted at the same time. At this time, the elf had no choice but to make a choice even if she was unwilling. She raised the demon slayer spear in her hand, and with a soft hum, a faint silver light was pointed at Shago's chest. As soon as she made her move, the three of them immediately appeared from their invisible state. Although the Roman invisibility spell was strange, it was a low circle spell after all. It could not be maintained after the target showed hostility or attack. Shagos, if you don't want to die, don't move and don't make a sound. As soon as Chiara appeared, she immediately threatened the lizard lady not far away, as if she was afraid that the lizard lady would accidentally summon her guards. At that time, whether they would let the elf attack or not was really a problem. But in fact, she was thinking too much. The moment Shagos was locked on by the demon slayer spear, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. After all, it was an ancient magic spear that was second only to a subdivine artifact. Moreover, it was a relatively rare ancient weapon that could be used against a single target. Its lethality could even penetrate the defense of some superior demons. How could Shagos be a match for it? After a moment of chill, the lizard lady finally recovered. She looked coldly at the children and then at the dwarf in front of her, as if she had understood something. Damn it, you traitor! Boris Anvil was also stunned. This was not what they had agreed on. He glared angrily at the three demons and finally realized that he had been tricked again. You despicable liars! You can't slander the reputation of a noble lady. I didn't lie to you, Chiara said disdainfully. Chiara replied disdainfully, I did ask you to do so, but I didn't mean to force you. Did I ask you to get information from this female lizard? No, I didn't. I just asked you to tell him what happened yesterday. This is in your interest, so you made this choice. As for what we do, that's our freedom. This is all because you're too stupid. We followed you into the camp, but that doesn't mean that you brought us in. You can be recognized because you're too stupid. Rottenwood can't be carved. Boris Anvil was dumbfounded. How could this be? He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but it sounded very reasonable. For a moment, he was frozen in place as if he had been petrified. On the other hand, Shagos narrowed her eyes and stared at these little girls. Although she had never been to the surface world, she could still recognize that they were just children. However, it was precisely these hateful brats who were pointing a weapon that she had never seen before at her. Just the aura emitted from it was enough to make her tremble. She had no doubt that as long as she made the slightest move, these hateful brats would be turned into ashes by her. The terrifying aura on the spear was definitely not a lie. But she still hadn't figured out what was going on. Finally, she couldn't help but ask coldly, who are you? It doesn't matter who we are, Shagos. You just need to know that the spear in her hand is the demon slayer spear. Even in the underground of Georgandy Ridge, I think you should have heard of this spear. Chiara patted the elf's shoulder and replied with a smile. It's actually the demon slayer spear. Shagos' expression changed. This spear was once the nightmare of countless demons. It established a great reputation under the Sulphur River. Georgandy Ridge was built on the upper layer of the scorching inferno, and the underground residents often had to deal with demons. As a native there, she naturally wouldn't have heard of this spear. The magic ripples on the spear in the elf's hand were so dense that it couldn't be a counterfeit. She had experienced hundreds of battles in the underground world, so she still had a discerning eye. What do you want? Shagos squeezed these words out of his throat. Now that you're our captive, you naturally have to listen to our orders, Chiara replied. You're dreaming. Shagos was so angry that he laughed. If he had to surrender to these little kids, he might as well kill her. What do you want from me? Be straightforward. I don't believe that you dare to kill me, and you won't be able to walk out of this camp. TSK, Chiara saw that she couldn't scare Shagos, so she could only take a step back. She knew that this lizard lady was a lord, and whether it was in terms of knowledge or courage, she was far stronger than the stupid dwarf. We want to confirm some information from you, but I'm more interested in who the Count is. Just for this? Shagos breathed a sigh of relief. At least these naughty kids weren't here for him. I don't know that guy, but I heard people call him Count Rodney in private. She then replied a little angrily, little guys, you really know how to make a big fuss. This showed the difference between Shagos and Boley Anvil. Boley Anvil was unwilling to reveal the people he was involved with, while Shagos did not care at all. Chiara's eyes lit up slightly. Perhaps to others, it was just a difference in their personalities, but to her, there was a big problem behind it. The key was that Boley Anvil was obviously an insider. If he leaked the information, it would be considered a betrayal, and he would have to worry about revenge from his comrades. On the other hand, Boley Anvil was a peripheral member of the plan, so he could sell the information without any psychological burden. This meant that the underground inhabitants of Georgandy Ridge were not completely in the same group as the humans in some aspects. Judging from the tone of the dragon, their cooperation with the humans was probably based on the higher-ups. Chiara vaguely guessed something. She subconsciously bit the tip of her finger and casually retorted, "You Georgandy Ridge people are exactly as the rumors say. Selfish and self-centered. You don't even hesitate to make a deal with an enemy like me." "It's understandable to act for your own benefit," Shagos replied disapprovingly. This indeed had something to do with her personality as a resident of Georgandy Ridge. Selfishness was the tradition of Georgandy Ridge. One's own safety came first. As for other benefits, they were all exchangeable interests. If the benefits outweighed the risks, she didn't mind cooperating with the enemy. And now, in order to save her life, she didn't mind betraying others. Rodney, Chiara muttered to herself. I think I've heard this name somewhere. That's right, she seemed to have remembered it all of a sudden. Isn't that the good-for-nothing brother of Grand Duchess Arisik? Could this matter have something to do with the Arisik family? Chiara couldn't help but shake her head. Although the family behind the Azure Army was also a powerful force in the Empire, it didn't seem to be strong enough to make the dragons move. Just as she was thinking hard, the Romans suddenly cried out in pain. All of a sudden, a gust of wind swept through the forest, blowing everyone around. When the gust of wind hit, Brando was teaching Heroes magic. Of course, he didn't know any magic himself, but he still had the Wind Empress Saint Tassol and Orthlis in his spiritual world. However, the Wind Empress seemed to have become a little quiet recently. When she wasn't teaching Heroes, she rarely took the initiative to appear. Brando always felt that she was secretly researching something, but no matter how he asked, he couldn't get an answer. It was as if this sage had been like this ever since he found the 2 rings of the Wind Empress from the Hunter Maiden and her brother. Today, the Elf Empress was talking about the basic theory of magic. From the magic triangle, there were 3 basic lines of law: elements, energy, and law. Elements represented the material world of Wond, energy represented the vast sea of magic, and law was the skeleton that formed the world. Martha used these 3 to build the world in the eyes of mortals, which was also the ultimate truth that wizards pursued. Of course, these theories sounded difficult, but for beginner apprentices, they didn't need to understand such complicated knowledge. In fact, they only needed to understand how the lines of law worked in the material world, and it meant that they had truly entered the field of magic. In other words, they could really cast circle spells. Of course, spells like Heroes' previous flash of inspiration didn't count. The teaching process was also very simple and crude. In fact, it had almost never changed since Tumen taught magic. To put it simply, it was just repeated practice to simulate the projection of the lines of law on the sea of magic. Heroes' spellcasting was still very clumsy. No matter how talented he was, after all, a novice who had been exposed to magic for less than half a year. Brando was patient, correcting his student over and over again. The little prince practiced for a long time until he was sweating profusely. Then, he suddenly remembered something. He looked up at his teacher with his light silver eyes and said, "Teacher, Sister Lysimika said she wants to see you." Lysimika? Brando was slightly taken aback. He didn't understand why his student would talk about this absent-mindedly. One had to know that he usually did everything with full concentration and would never be distracted for no reason. He was almost startled for a moment before he remembered that this was the name of the Medusa who followed the little prince. Why is she looking for me? Sister Lysimachia said she might know why Georgindy gang invaded the surface world on a large scale. The little prince tried to recall, and then answered word by word seriously. What? Brando stood up abruptly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Haruz was startled. He was timid to begin with, and now he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Seeing this, Brando realized that he had overreacted, but this was indeed a mystery that had been bothering him for a while. The invasion of Georgindy gang was completely out of line with history. In his understanding, there must be a reason for it, but the surface world had no understanding of the underground world at all, and he couldn't collect any relevant information at all, let alone analyze why this was the case. But he never dreamed that the answer to the mystery was right beside him. Perhaps it was. He took a deep breath and asked, when did she tell you this? Earlier today. Brando was not a fool, and he immediately realized that the Medusa might not have made up her mind to tell this secret, but something must have happened to prompt her to change her mind. From last night to today, it seemed that something big had happened, but he thought that the biggest impact on everyone was probably the dragon. Just as he was thinking of Malthus, suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the forest. Brando was fine. The strength of the elemental enlightenment made this sudden gust of wind no different from a breeze to him. But Prince Haruz, who was beside him, was caught off guard and was blown away with a scream. If it weren't for Brando's quick reflexes, who knew how many meters the wind would have blown him away? Thank you. The little prince replied in shock. But Brando looked up at the clear sky and could not help but think, is it really that bad? I just thought of that damn dragon, and this guy is here? He was not wrong. The violent airflow descending from the sky was the storm brought about by the dragon's wings. In an instant, two huge shadows flashed in the sky, but the only thing that comforted Brando was that they were not Malthus. The ones flying one after the other were Mithril, whom he had seen last night, and Modesty, who had just flown away. There was even the sharp roar of the female dragon in the air. Damn bitch, how dare you sneak attack me, I'm going to kill you. Accompanied by this roar, a shadow suddenly pressed down from the sky, and it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Brando looked in that direction, dumbfounded. A huge creature fell from the sky, falling straight toward where they were. Damn, no way. P.S. The I in the previous chapter was typed wrongly, please ignore it. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.